Welcome to this meeting of Babergh District Council Cabinet. I am Councillor John Ward, leader of Babergh District Council. May I remind you of some domestic arrangements. Please ensure that microphones are turned off when not in use. Please do not interrupt other speakers. If you are attending the meeting to speak and persistently interrupt the meeting, you may be asked to leave. Please remember to use the chat function only to indicate that you wish to speak and not to post comments or questions. Please note that messages in the chat panel can be viewed by people watching the live broadcast. I would like to remind everyone present that this meeting will be broadcast live to the internet and will be capable of repeated viewing. The whole of the meeting will be filmed, except where there are confidential or exempt items. If you make a representation to the meeting, you will be deemed by the council to have consented to being filmed. By entering this meeting as a speaker, you are also consenting to being recorded by the council and to the possible use of those images and sound recordings for webcasting and/or training purposes. The council, members of the public and the press may record, film, photograph or broadcast this meeting when the public and the press are not lawfully excluded. I will now ask the Governance Officer to carry out the introductions.
Thank you, Chair. In addition to the Cabinet members this evening, we have several members of Babergh District Council joining us. Also in attendance are the Chief Executive, the Strategic Director and the Monitoring Officer. Thank you.
Thanks, Claire. I'll now move to the agenda. Item 1, apologies for absence. Don't think we have any.
We have no apologies, Chair.
No. Thank you. Item 2, to receive declarations of pecuniary and non-pecuniary interest by members. Are there any to declare?
Mr. Chairman, can I declare an interest?
Yes, Councillor Malvisi.
In the SIL bid for Long Melford.
Right. Thank you. Any other declarations?
Yes.
Councillor Arthey.
Thank you. Yes, I've been alerted to the fact that I am known to an executive officer of one of the organisations submitting a bid for the Bellevue site. And whilst this is not a close personal relationship and therefore does not constitute an interest, I think in the interests of openness and transparency, it's pertinent to report the acquaintance to the Cabinet. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Arthey. If there are no other declarations, we will then move on to item 3 of the agenda, which is paper BCA 2037, confirmation of the minutes of the meeting of the Babergh Cabinet held on the 4th of February 2021. These are quite lengthy minutes, they're about 16 pages, so I won't go through each page individually, but I will ask if members have any questions or comments on those minutes. Please indicate with your hands if that's the case. Councillor Busby.
Thank you, Chair. Item 65.6. I think he's on page 11, I think.
Page 11. Let me have a look.
The Corporate Manager of Finance and Commissioning advised that more details on depreciation would be provided outside of the meeting. I don't think I've had that yet. So if I could just chase that up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will do, yes. Any other questions or comments on the minutes? In which case then, may I have a proposer, please?
Thank you, Chairman. I'll propose.
Thank you, Councillor Malvisi. And a seconder?
Happy to second, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. Okay, then we will then move to the electronic vote, please. Claire.
Thank you, Chair. Members, if I can ask you to go to the plus sign in the top right-hand corner of your ModGov app and select attendance and voting. The vote for this item is now showing in blue as in progress. Councillor Arfi, please can I take your vote?
Yes, that's 4.
Thank you. Chair, that's unanimous, 7 votes for.
Thank you, Claire. Right. Next is item 4, to receive notification of petitions in accordance with the Council's petition scheme.
None received, Chair.
Item 5, questions by councillors.
None received, Chair.
Thank you. Item 6, matters referred by the Overview and Scrutiny or Joint Audit and Standards Committees. I'll now invite Councillor McCraw, Chair of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee, to introduce his report. Councillor McCraw.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, members. You have before you 2 recommendations arising out of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee's review of local citizens' advice. As an appendix, you have the minutes of that meeting, and I think the minute speaks for itself. 2 points I think should be drawn out of those minutes. The first being that citizens' advice, despite the year of COVID-19 that we've had, have managed to keep going and have managed to provide good advice that very much accords with our own values and purposes. And secondly, that the 3-year rolling funding arrangement that we have had in place this last year has been invaluable to provide them with security for their future planning. The recommendations before you, I would particularly draw your attention to the second one, that although we commend the work in the first, the second one reaffirms and reiterates the intention that the annual rolling review, 3-year rolling, should be subject to indexation. Now, due to COVID-19, it wasn't possible to prepare a recommendation in time for this to feed into the budgetary process, but I raised this at last month's Cabinet meeting. The committee have confirmed that that is their view, and I believe that speaking to the Assistant Director concerning the matter, Tom Barker, that I believe that an approach to funding may be able to include that within this year's final budget arrangements or some other way. That's all I can really tell you. Thank you. I'm happy to take any questions you have.
All right. Thank you, Councillor McCraw. I have Councillor Osborne. You have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, I don't have a question. After scrutiny's recommendation coming forward, I think it prudent to declare a non-pecuniary interest in the fact that I am a trustee on the citizens' advice. But no questions. Thank you, Councillor McCraw.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions from anyone? The only comment I'd wish to make, Councillor McCraw, is concerning that indexation. I think from a council's perspective, we'd like to look at that as part of the wider grants review across all of the organisations that we fund, rather than just focusing on the Citizens Advice Bureau. So it'll be picked up under that process.
That was understood. I only mention it because, of course, it was a specific recommendation from the previous year, and this Cabinet did charge us with carrying out the annual review. So we wish to be consistent in our approach, and we believe that, in fact, it's in the interests of the council as well as the communities. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Right. I think that's it for that. We don't vote on that item. So we'll now move on to item 7, the forthcoming decisions list. Members of the Cabinet, you've all had a chance to look at that. Does anyone have any questions on that? It's not as heavy as the past few months. We are entering or will be entering the moratorium period next month in the run up to the County and Police and Crime Commissioner elections. But are there any questions on the forthcoming decisions list? In which case, then, we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is item 8, paper BCA 2039, General Fund Financial Monitoring for 2020 to 2021, Quarter 3. So I'm pleased to present report BCA 2039 to Cabinet, the General Fund Quarter 3 Financial Monitoring for this current year, covering the revenue and capital financial performance for the period October to December 2020. This is our third look at the General Fund compared with the budget, and it incorporates the up-to-date impact of COVID-19 on the Council's finances. We continue to monitor and update the impact of the unplanned costs and loss of income due to COVID and the government financial support we have and are still receiving. As I mentioned at Council last month, the 3-year comprehensive spending review has been delayed again, and a 1-year review was published in November, focusing on prioritising response to COVID. The government has provided us with a lot of support, and as a result of this, together with our usual careful management, we have been able to protect the Council's finances from what could have been a devastating situation. The uncertainty that we had been living with is now being resolved with further support into the next financial year. Without tempting fate too much, we can now see a more normal future very soon, with a remote roadmap out of lockdown and the amazing vaccine rollout both providing optimism. The financial impact of COVID, the additional costs, income reduction, impact on council tax and business rates, offset by the financial support we have received to date, is presented in section 5. Our additional unplanned costs have increased from just under £1 million in Q2 to just under £1.4 million. And there will be a reduction in income from our sales fees and charges of about £1.1 million, which is slightly less than the Q2 forecast. The collection fund deficit next year is expected to be about £230,000. The total impact is now expected to be £2.644 million. The table in paragraph 5.8 lists all the COVID government funding we have received to date, and this is currently a total of £1.822 million, not including the £47,000 that has been transferred to the HRA. This is 69% of the total costs and losses, leaving us with a gap of £822,000 to fund. As described in paragraph 5.9, the scheme that sees the government covering 75% of irrecoverable sales fees and charges losses above 5% of planned income will be extended until the end of June. Also, the collection fund deficit can be spread over the next 3 years. There is also good news regarding Abergh Leisure. £170,000 compensation has been awarded from the National Leisure Relief Fund for the Babergh Leisure Centres, and it looks like they will be able to open next month. Having said all this, I am pleased to report that the revenue account position for the Council remains positive and has improved considerably since Q2. The key variances compared with budget are set out in paragraph 6.6. Some notable items and changes compared with Q2, other than the COVID losses, are as follows. We're now forecasting a positive variance of £220,000 for SIFCO, a further improvement on Q2. We are forecasting an adverse variance of £85,000 due to the loss of income from our other commercial properties. Loss of car park income is expected to result in an adverse variance of £187,000, significantly worse than Q2, but negated by an improved adverse variance of £171,000 due to a reduction in income from the waste services. There is an adverse variance of £92,000 for planning, comprised of a loss of income of £291,000, offset by savings of £199,000 for other items. This is a significant improvement on the Q2 position due to favourable variances for appeals expenditure and SIL administration charges. We are forecasting an underspend of £70,000 on training, and there is an expected £450,000 favourable variance for our 5% vacancy management factor, the same as in Q2. A favourable variance of £237,000 is now expected for business rates, which is an improvement of £799,000 on the figure at Q2. This is the principal contribution to the improved position this quarter. It follows completion of the Council's business rates forecast for 2021 to 22 and the changes required by central government for the treatment of the retail, hospitality and leisure relief. As at Q2, in addition to the government funding, we are also including £456,000 of other funding and support, and that is housing benefit income to cover homelessness costs, track and trace funding, community grant underspend, and the shared revenue partnership absorbing additional costs. As a result of all this, we are anticipating a surplus of £1.388 million for the year, compared with £728,000 at Q2. Whilst this is good news and testament to the prudent management of our finances by the Section 1.1 officers team, there are risks associated with the final quarter forecast, and I do still want to wait for the outturn before celebrating too much. We received £1.807 million of SIL income in the first 3 quarters of this year, which is up from the same period last year. Apart from the 5% administration charge, this will be transferred to the earmarked reserve. Paragraph 6.11 of the report summarises the current predicted movements in the Transformation Fund, with a forecast balance of £837,000 at the end of the year. At this stage, we're not showing a transfer of any of the budget surplus to this, as it is likely, along with other reserve movements, to change. The Transformation Fund details are provided in Appendix B, but please note that a revised Appendix B is in the supplement pack. There is a problem with the totals line in the original. Appendix A shows how we're spending the 100% business rates retention pilot. £670,000 is still unspent, of which £280,000 is as yet unallocated. Appendix C sets out our general fund earmark reserves, including forecast transfers. These have increased slightly since Q2 and are now just under £5.5 million, excluding SIL. Looking at the medium term, as I reported to Council, the overall budget gap for the 3 years from 2022 to 23 amounts to a cumulative deficit of £1.7 million. On top of this, the impact of COVID could be felt for several years. We know that new homes bonus is being phased out and consultation on its replacement is underway. However, the Council's main strategic financial aim remains to become self-financing and not reliant on government funding. Use of reserves will be a last resort, as it doesn't represent a sustainable strategy. Finally, our General Fund Capital Programme is detailed in Appendix D and paragraphs 614 to 616. COVID has resulted in a number of delays and increased costs. Excluding SIFCO, we have £20.2 million revised capital expenditure programme this year, with an anticipated spend of £4.2 million. Now, there is an error in Appendix D, and unfortunately I only spotted it a couple of days ago. The former Bellevue hotel money has been entered as a carry forward in error, which means that two of the numbers in paragraph 615 are incorrect. So in actual fact, 615 should read that we have carry forwards of £11.9 million, leaving an underspend this year of £4.1 million, which is mostly due to the cancellation of that Bellevue hotel project. So the numbers are more or less right, but they're just in the wrong places. The main variances relating to the carry forwards and underspends are listed in paragraph 616 and Appendix D. And I'd like to thank our finance team for all their hard work, keeping up with the changing position this year whilst working on the budget for next year over the past couple of months or so. March and April are typically easier months for them, and so hopefully they can enjoy some relaxation time. Before opening up for questions and debate, I'd first like to move the recommendation in section 3 of the report that the Council's financial position for the General Fund at the end of Q3 be noted. And may I have a second, please?
I'm happy to second that, Mr. Chairman. It's Councillor Jan Osborne.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Osborne. Thank you. Right, okay, members of the Cabinet. We'll now go through questions. Firstly, Councillor Arthey, do you have any questions?
I have just one, Chairman, thank you. And it's about SIFCO. I mean, I think it's on page 37, and it's the favourable variance of some £400,000, which I think is reduced borrowing costs from the Public Works Loans Board compared to our budgeted assumptions in February 2020. Is that right?
Yes, we're taking out more short-term borrowing because of the low interest rates there and less from the Public Works Loan Board. And I think that's been the principal contribution to that favourable variance. But if I may, I will ask Melissa if she's available to confirm that.
Yep, thank you, Chair. Yep, you're absolutely spot on with that answer. It is the short-term borrowing that we're taking rather than from the Public Works Loans Board. So, yeah.
Thanks, Melissa.
Okay,
thank you.
So could I just follow that up with our budget assumptions this year? That's the question, really. How does that compare?
In terms of the 2022 to 23, 21 to 22 budget.
Yeah, no, what I meant was the assumptions with regard to the rate at the Public Works Loans Board, because obviously last February we anticipated that our borrowing would be a certain figure, but we were fortunate, if you like, that short-term borrowing costs were less. Now, that was less than the assumption we made in February 2020. So I just wondered what assumptions we made this year, because obviously we could have the opposite situation this year, couldn't we?
Melissa, do
do you want me to come in there?
Yes,
Yeah,
please,
absolutely.
yes.
Yeah, we have actually done the same thing. So we've assumed that we will take Public Works Loan Board borrowing for the next financial year. So if we do continue for a time during 21-22 at short term, there will be a benefit, but we are looking at our long-term borrowing with our Treasury advisors to see when is a good time to switch into that long-term borrowing. So at some point during 21-22, we will shift over to that PWLB borrowing. But we've prudently budgeted for the higher borrowing costs, if that makes sense.
It does make sense, yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Busby.
Yeah, actually following up on that.
Yes.
I don't think we'll be doing any more borrowing on SIFCO because we hope to be fully invested by the end of this year. And we won't be allowed to use Public Works Loan Board money anyway, because they are very anti this kind of investment. I've got a question on page 7 to do with the leisure contracts. It's the detailed variances. I mean, you may be able to answer it without having to look at it. I was very pleased to hear about the 170,000 grant or donation from the government, but I'm still surprised to see that we've got a favourable variance.
And I'm just finding the particular.
Shows a favourable variance of 38,000.
Chair, did you want me to come in?
Yes, Melissa, please.
It's as a result of the free swims that's not happening. So we're not making that 38,000 contribution to the leisure centre for the free swims that we were budgeting to do.
But did we not make a grant? Have we not been subsidising Abbeycroft? Did that not go through there?
Yes, we have. Yep. Yeah.
And that's 38,000 favourable after that.
Yes. Yep. So we're showing the actual pressure of that elsewhere in the report. I'm just finding the right place. Just bear with me a second. I think I may have to come back to you on that one, Councillor Busby, because I don't want to waste people's time while I try and look for the answer. Is that okay if I come back to you on that? Thank you.
And then, Chair, I've just got one other point. Page 17, Appendix B.
Appendix B. Yeah, go on.
Hang on, let me get to it. It's quite a complicated document. It would be a lot simpler if it was just related to Babergh. Could we have that appendix in future just Babergh figures rather than a mixture of the two?
I don't see why not. It's always been presented like this, but
yeah, I don't know. It's always been confusing.
Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah, it's just that there's in terms of the expenditure on various items, there are a number of items that are funded from both the Transformation Fund and the Growth and Efficiency Fund of Mid-Suffolk. Right,
but I still don't see why you can't drop the Mid-Suffolk items out. We don't share funds, do we?
No, but and
it's confusing when you look at the last kind of columns where it shows total spend and variance. Well, that's not necessarily our variance. That could be.
Okay, well, we'll look at that.
It will be clearer and if it was just Babergh.
Okay, we'll look at that in future.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Davis.
Nothing from me, thank you.
Okay. Right. Councillor Holt. Any questions from you?
No, fine, thank you, John.
Councillor Malvisi.
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Osborne.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's the problem. We're coming near the end. The question has been asked. I was going to ask the one on SIFCO that Councillor Arthey has asked, the first question on SIFCO. But taking into reference what Councillor Busby has just said, alluded to about the Abbeycroft and that variance, has that been taken into consideration with the 21-22 budget? Because if I recall, members very, very reluctantly stopped the free swims for 21-22, and I'm wondering now if we actually needed to do that. So was that taken into consideration in the overall budget?
What the we have in the 21 to 22 budget, we have taken into account that there are no free swims for the forthcoming financial year. Yeah. But
have we taken that variance into consideration in
the
budget?
The variance that's reported here for this current year is the fact that those swims didn't take place because we've been in lockdown and leisure centres haven't been available. And indeed in Hadley, the new pool hasn't been available.
Okay. And you know, as you will recall, we very reluctantly stopped.
I know we did. Yeah.
We didn't want to do it. And if there's a way that we can bring them back in again, you know, obviously we'd need to look at that in future months. And certainly when we come to look at the 22 to 23 budget, we can take into account what has happened this current year and in the forthcoming possibly reintroducing. Yeah. Okay.
Yes. And we did state at the time of the budget debate last month at council that it was likely to be only a 1 year suspension, and that we do want to reintroduce it. Councillor Davis.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah. Did you want to say something on that?
Yeah, I think to reassure Councillor Osborne, you're absolutely right. We were very reluctant, but we also took the decision that this year it's going to be very difficult to actually implement the free swims anyway, because we don't know what sort of restrictions are ahead of us. We don't know how swimming pools will be able to come back, and free swims obviously fall under the whole guidelines that the leisure centres will have to operate. So, you know, like you, I've accepted it for 1 year, but certainly we'll be batting away in that corner for the following year to make sure that they are reintroduced, given that nothing dreadful happens in the meantime.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. So finally on questions, Councillor Parker, do you have any questions?
No, thank you, Chair. Everything's good, thank you.
Do any other members of Babergh Council present have any questions at this stage on the general fund budget? Councillor Maybury.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I'm not in the Cabinet, but because the citizens' advice was mentioned, I will declare that I am a director, in case somebody comments that I was present, but I didn't speak on that subject. I have 2 questions. Would it be possible for someone please to explain or clarify the losses on planning? Would you like the questions together or just that one?
Take them together, thank you, yeah.
Okay. The second question is on the free swimming. And I have spoken to Tom Barker, the officer, about this. I very much appreciate the free swims for children, but I didn't feel that the process actually targeted those that we needed to target, which was the more vulnerable families. So I hope that that will be taken into account. If Mr. Barker is here, perhaps he can comment.
What's the question exactly?
Well, the question is, will you be altering the process for free swims to make sure that the vulnerable families, the more vulnerable families, have the benefit of them?
Free swims are universal for under 17s, and when they get reintroduced, that will still be the case.
If I can just differ with you, if they're under a certain age, the adults have to attend, which means that the adults have to pay. And if they are a vulnerable family on a strapped income, then they do not benefit.
Well, we'll have to take that outside of this. That would be a policy change that we would need to consider at a later date.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so your planning question, though,
yes,
I'm just trying to pull up the relevant information in front of me here at the moment, which is taking a bit of time to appear on my screen. Sorry about the delay, Councillor. Okay. So I'm just trying to find the actual page. I might have to revert to Melissa on this one. I don't seem to have that particular information in front of me at the moment.
Page 38, Chair.
I'm trying to get to that. Yeah. Okay. So you're talking about the income shortfall of £291,000.
Yes, please.
Well, that's going to be presumably due to planning fee income being significantly reduced and pre-app advice income. But Melissa, can you confirm that?
Yeah, you're absolutely right there, Chair. It is, yeah, as a result of a decline in the development as the pandemic hit, obviously things stopped, so planning applications dropped off, so naturally our income dropped as well.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Maybury, any other councillors present wish to ask a question? If not, we will move into Cabinet debate, which we can do now. Councillor Arthey, do you wish to open the debate?
Well, not exactly, Chairman, but I think that Councillor Osborne made a good point. And of course, it will be a little while before we have the full year outturn figures. And I noticed that Melissa used words like cautious and prudent. But it does seem that maybe we were a little bit overly cautious and overly prudent in that there were some cuts that we made for next year's budget, or this coming year's budget, which may actually prove to be unnecessary. But I guess we'll have to wait until the final outturn figures for the year.
Yeah. The trouble is we have to make these decisions fairly early on. If you remember, we were looking at them in October and November, and at that stage we hadn't even seen the Q2 monitoring report, let alone Q3, and obviously the outturn will give us a different picture again. So, but you're right. I mean, these are decisions we have to make, and sometimes they have been too cautious, but it's better to err on the side of caution than not.
Yeah, no, I absolutely accept that. And it's probably over 6 months ago that we started looking at budget figures, and then we were much more pessimistic about the likely outturn than we are now. So yeah, I accept that.
Yeah, thanks. Councillor Busby, do you have any comments?
Well, only just to follow up with that, it might look very favourable for this year, but we're still facing a problematic medium-term financial situation. So let's not start chucking our money away unnecessarily, although I think it could be a decision that we review midway through the year, when we'll know what COVID's happening and the pool's been open, etc. But I haven't got anything else. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Nothing from me, thank you.
Councillor Holt.
No, nothing from me.
Councillor Malvisi.
No, nothing from me that hasn't already been said. Thank you.
Councillor Osborne.
No, nothing from me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And finally, Councillor Parker.
Nothing from me, Chair. Thank you.
OK, then. Well, thanks for that. I'll now ask the Governance Officer to conduct the electronic vote.
Thank you, Chair. Members, if you go into your ModGov app, the vote for this item is now in progress. Thank you. Councillor Arthey, can I take your vote, please?
Yes, of course. It's 4. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair, that's 8 votes for. That's unanimous.
Thanks, Claire. OK, right. So now moving on to item 9, paper BCA 2040, the Housing Revenue Account Financial Monitoring 2020 to 2021, Q3. So I'm pleased to introduce report BCA 2040 to Cabinet, the Housing Revenue Account Q3 financial monitoring for this current year. The report covers the HRA revenue budget and the HRA capital programme for the period October to December 2020. And this is our third look at how we think our HRA is looking for the full year compared with the budget. And as with the general fund, it incorporates the up-to-date impact of COVID-19 on the council's HRA finances. COVID is having a financial impact on the council's housing revenue account. Rent levels are at a risk. Repairs and maintenance was reduced to emergency repairs for existing tenants only and to complete void work in order to support the accommodation of the homeless and rough sleepers. New build and repairs and maintenance did restart after the autumn lockdown, but then had to stop again. Service levels will still take time to recover and there will be a backlog of work. There will be additional costs to recommence new build work safely. As the year progresses, this financial impact will be forecast with more certainty, but the current impact assessment is presented in section 5 of the report. The additional costs due to COVID are mainly the need for PPE, which is amounting to £47,000 and which has been transferred from the government's support grants money. We're still seeing a minimal impact on rent levels and rents are expected to be reclaimed eventually rather than written off, but this will extend beyond the current financial year. As a result of the extension to the furlough scheme, we are now not expecting any reduction to income levels in this current year, actually, and the impact is likely, therefore, to be in the forthcoming financial year. The revenue position is detailed in paragraphs 6.3 to 6.11. As always, the financial position of the HRA should be viewed in the context of the updated 30-year business plan. The budget set in February last year showed a forecast surplus position for 2020 to 21 of £334,000. And we are now forecasting a surplus of £2.8 million, which represents a favourable variance of just under £2.5 million against budget, and a further substantial improvement since Q2, as a result of no longer having to make a provision for loss of rental income. The table in paragraph 6.3 lists the main items in the budget, and a detailed breakdown of the variances is provided in paragraphs 6.6 to 6.10. Every item is showing a favourable variance, with many expenditure underspends due to COVID, much of which will be deferred to next year. The principal difference from Q2 is, as I have already mentioned, the greatly improved position regarding dwelling rents, which is now showing a favourable variance of £188,000. All this means that our HRA balances are forecast to be £16.757 million, as detailed in paragraph 6.11. COVID has had a huge impact on our capital programme this year, and on the normally difficult task of accurately assessing the level of payments for complex capital schemes. The capital programme is itemised in Appendix A and further detail provided in paragraphs 6.12 to 6.15 of the report. Actual capital expenditures for April to December 2020 totals £7.1 million against a budget of £28.8 million. Although they have restarted, projects have fallen behind schedule and their budgets will be carried forward to meet expenditure incurred next year. We are expecting the full year capital spend to be £17.592 million, with £10.833 million being carried forward. Before opening up for questions and debate, I'd first like to move the recommendation in section 3 of the report that the council's financial position for the HRA at the end of Q3 be noted. And may I have a seconder for this, please?
I'll second.
Councillor Jan Osborne, I'm happy to second it.
Mr. Okay, then, Councillor Osborne. Thank you. Right. So, firstly, questions. Councillor Arthey.
Yeah, I have got one, and I'm sorry to just pull this out of nowhere, but I'm just thinking back to a project that we authorised, which was the assessment of the council's garage sites for potential redevelopment, either for housing or possibly for parking without garages. And I think we spoke about things like EV charger points, and we spoke about solar carports as well, which we're looking at in the car park. And I'm sorry that I've just sort of come up with this now, but it doesn't feature here as being suspended or anything. But I seem to recall that about 9 months ago, we were told that work on that would be delayed. Resource that that work was, but I just wondered if there was any update on that.
I think Councillor Osborne could provide an answer to that. Can you? please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your question, Councillor Arthey. Yeah, it was put on the back burner with the COVID because the resources were put into other places for obvious reasons. No, it's come to the fore again now, very much so. I had a meeting with Lee Crowdell only last week, and a briefing note is being put together. We're just waiting for some details to come from the asset team, and then we'll be circulating a briefing note to all members on an update on garage sites, because there has been quite a few questions on this at full council and I think at the last cabinet meeting as well. So there's a lot of interest from members in the where we are progressing with the garage sites. So to answer your question, there will be a briefing note coming forward that will outline where we are, what we plan to do, and some timelines to it as well. Does that answer your question, Mr. Arthey, Councillor Arthey?
It does. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Busby, do you have a question?
No, thank you.
Councillor Davis.
No, thank you. Can you hear me?
Councillor Holt.
Yeah, just one thing. On the backlog of repairs, are we forecasting that we will be able to catch up within the next 12 months? And if so, will extra resources and funding need to be provided to catch up and maintain the standard of our housing?
Councillor Osborne, would you like to answer, or should I ask Gavin?
Well, I can come in initially, and then perhaps Gavin can come in. I'm sure he'll have some more details on it than us. We're actually currently on 17 days for void, so that's not bad considering that we've had the COVID in place. The actual voids, we're actually managing to get in to do those because there's no risk, obviously, because the properties are empty. So we're managing to keep track of those. What we can't do at the moment, and haven't been able to do for nearly 12 months, is non-emergency repairs. So that's where the backlog is going to be. I don't think we'll necessarily have to put more resources into it. I know that Gavin and his team will be looking at it very closely to see how we can manage that. And already plans are in place to make sure that we catch up when we're able to do so. But I don't know if, Gavin, you've got any more details on that?
Thank you, Councillor Osborne, and thank you, Councillor Ward. Just in response to the question, yes, inevitably, after so many delayed periods of time when repairs haven't been carried out, because let's recall that actually this is the third lockdown and the service has been stop-start for nearly a whole year now. We are intending to hope that we can start to offer a full repair service later in March, and this will enable all residents to book and be allocated work as appropriate. We are conscious that actually there will create some backlog, and clearly the way of managing that will be to prioritise the work in accordance with safety, with urgency, based on the type of work, and that's what we've been doing throughout in regards to those emergency jobs. I think it's probably important to note that in years prior to this year, I recall sitting here in front of you as a cabinet talking at budget monitoring about significant adverse variances. I think it's really positive and shows the trajectory and the support that cabinets gave to building services only a few months ago in terms of investing in that service. And what I'm pleased to say is that investment is reaping rewards. So we now have a new corporate manager in post. We have new staff joining to replace existing staff members. And actually, in terms of the budget setting process that you as members have recently approved, actually we're looking at delivering the service in a different way. So, for example, less reliance on subcontractors and actually increasing our own workforce to carry out certain types of work, which not only will save the council and the HRA additional sums, but expects us to be able to deliver a higher greater level of service because of us being able to manage that. And then I'll just turn my attention to examples such as the mobile technology and the solution that we developed and implemented during the second COVID lockdown, which actually gives our staff the opportunity to access a tenant's mobile phone, look at the repair and make decisive decisions as to what needs to be done from obviously remotely from officers. So I think with solutions such as those, you can see and it demonstrates actually we'll be able to deliver the service in a far more effective and efficient way going forward.
Thank you, Gavin. Thanks. So moving on, Councillor Malvisi, do you have any questions?
No, thank you, Chair.
Councillor Osborne.
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Parker.
No, thank you, Chair.
Right. Okay. Do any other members of the Babergh Council present have any questions on the HRA report? In which case, we'll move on to the Cabinet debate section. So, Councillor Arthey, would you like to open the debate? Do you have anything you wish to comment on?
Thank you, Chairman. No, I've got no additional comments. Thank you.
Councillor Busby.
No, nothing from me either, thanks.
Councillor Davis.
Nothing from me, thank you.
Councillor Holt.
Just one thing, the right to buy receipts that we've discussed previously, we have a 3-year period to spend them. Are we on top of that and making sure that we do not have to return those to government?
Absolutely, very much so. And I know Councillor Osborne will probably want to say something about this, and so I don't want to steal her thunder, but I got very good news on that. So, Councillor Osborne, did you want to answer that?
Yes, thank you. You could have stolen my thunder. I really wouldn't have minded. Yeah, a few months ago, it wasn't looking too good. It looked as though, unfortunately, we were going to have to give the government back some money. But the team have worked so hard, even with the COVID challenge. They've worked really hard, and now we forecast an overspend of nearly £2 million, which is a great. It might sound awful, an overspend, but in actual fact, that is really brilliant news. So well done to the team for all that hard work that they've done to bring us to this position. It is much more reassuring than it was 6 or 7 months ago.
An overspend means we have more council houses, which is excellent. Yeah. Okay. Thanks for that, Councillor Osborne. Right, Councillor Malvisi.
Nothing to say that hasn't been said already. Thank you very much.
And Councillor Osborne, I guess you haven't got anything more to say, have you, or have you?
No, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I think I've said enough.
Councillor Parker.
No, thank you, Chair. That's good. Thank you.
Okay, well, that's great, everyone. Thanks. So I'll now ask the Governance Officer to conduct the electronic vote, please.
Thank you, Chair. Members, if you can go into your ModGov app. The vote is now in progress and should show in blue. Councillor Arthey, can I take your vote, please?
Mine's a 4. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. That's 8 votes for. That is unanimous.
Great. Thanks, Claire.
Thank you.
Okay, then. So moving on, the next item is item 10, paper BCA 2041, Q3 performance presentation. And I'll now invite the Cabinet Member for Customers, Digital Transformation and Improvement to provide an introduction to this item, which is for noting only. So, Councillor Parker, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Precisely that. So this item is a presentation of performance across the whole council, covering Q3. As you quite rightly say, there's no recommendation for the report. Instead, members are asked only to note the information contained within the presentation in order to reflect and comment on progress made against the key priorities within the corporate plan. Accordingly, I'd like to invite the Assistant Director for Customers, Sarah Wilcock, to take us through the report. And of course, we'll be happy to answer any questions thereafter. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Parker, and good evening, councillors. I'd like to introduce to you our Q3 performance presentation covering the period October through to December 2020. You'll see that the presentation follows our new style, which was introduced at the beginning of this financial year and is focused, as Councillor Parker has said, on our 6 key priorities from the corporate plan, as well as our health of the organisation, which illustrates key themes which ensure the council is working efficiently and effectively. Taken in its entirety, the report seeks to provide that high level assurance, highlighting key performance measures, some progress against objectives and a look forward to planned activity in the next quarter. As is usual, I don't intend to run through the entirety of both presentations because there's an awful lot of detail included in there. I would, however, just like to highlight a couple of themes. The first of which is our desire to continuously improve and review the format and content of the presentation. With every iteration, I think we are making some progress, both in terms of content as well as engagement with colleagues across the councils. But that's not to say that I think that there is still more that we can do to make some improvements. And we will be working with colleagues to focus on outcomes rather than purely narrative on what we have been doing. We also need to maintain a focus on quality rather than quantity. And if you recall, one of the aims when we first developed the new style format was to try and keep it concise and short and snappy, and to move away from the pages and pages of content that we expected people to digest. Certainly in this quarter, I can see that we've added a few to the page count, and for the final quarter, I'll be working with teams to try and redress this. We also want to continue to try and bring these presentations to life with much more interactive content and individual case studies. A second theme that I'd like to draw your attention to is obviously the impact that the pandemic has had during Q3 and continues to have on us, resulting in a heavy focus on COVID response work. Unsurprisingly, our attentions are diverted, which means some objectives and activity has slowed or paused. But we have tried to reflect in the presentations where this has happened explicitly and equally explained what activity has taken place instead. You'll see this most notably in the wellbeing objective, for example. So that's all I wanted to conclude with. Happy to hand back the chair for any comments and questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. That's great. So, Cabinet members, do you have any questions? Firstly, Councillor Arthey.
Thank you, Chairman. No, it's not actually a question, so I'll save it until the debate.
Well, actually, we won't be having a separate debate section because it's not an item for voting on. So, questions and comments, or
okay. Well,
yeah.
I'd just like to highlight a couple of the figures which are on page 18, I think, which are of concern to us, and they're of concern to the Suffolk Waste Partnership as well. And hello?
Sorry.
Yeah, and that's, as I say, on page 18, and it's the contamination at the MRF is quite a concerning figure. That's been slowly rising. There are several reasons for that. The quality of material going through the MRF now has to be even higher than it was before in order to meet the demands of the market. So that is something that causes an increase in the actual figure for contamination. But we have had quite a worrying amount of non-recyclable stuff put in the blue bins. And that's the reason for the recent campaign to try and improve the quality of recyclables. The other is an effect that we thought in the early days of the COVID impact, we thought wasn't happening, but now it appears it is. And it's probably to do with the closure and then the changes to the arrangements for household waste and recycling centres. But it's the figure of 144 incidents of fly tipping, which is more than double the same period previously. So, you know, those are a couple of kind of worrying figures that we're hoping to do something about.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Arthey. They are worrying, particularly as that contamination is now up to 20% almost. That the fly tipping numbers, you're right, are worrying, but our team is very responsive to notification of fly tipping and has done an excellent job to respond to that increased problem in terms of clearing things up. Right, so Councillor Busby, do you have any questions or comments?
Well, only the one that I think I made before, which is that it's a good report, and I think we ought to have a wider audience for it. Maybe we could each month send out one of the objectives. So each objective would be dealt with twice in a year, perhaps. But I think the report does need sharpening up a bit first. I think Sarah knows that.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
No, I agree with Councillor Busby there about what a good report it is and how concise it is. And I can't let the opportunity go by without praising my portfolio team, the communities team, who have taken on board all the strategies that we need to progress, and our performance, as you will see, has improved, and that's despite really challenging times. I know all officers have had a very difficult time, but I think the communities team need a special mention for the work they've done in health and well-being, the communities grants, and the whole wide range. I could go on forever, but no. So for me, it's a huge thank you to all my team, to Tom and Vicky and everyone else. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Holt.
Yeah, just following on from Councillor Davis, really, I'd just like to say a huge thank you to the economic team who've been paying out all the COVID grants. I mean, you can see in the figures in the report that they're large figures, and there's a lot of businesses that have been helped and continue to be helped, and this vital work shouldn't be unrecognised. So thank you to all of them.
Thank you. Councillor Malvisi.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Yes, I'd like all members currently present to note the objectives and the achievements of the environment team moving over to hydro-treated vegetable oil for our vehicle fleet, the increase in our, not attack, but our progress on biodiversity and moving that forward. We've worked very hard to achieve a lot on the environment front, and I can report that Babergh is quite respected nationally for being so advanced in numerous areas, not just focusing on one. We're tweaking everything we can to slowly achieve our objective of zero carbon and a biodiversity net gain.
Thank you. Councillor Osborne.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to say thank you to the housing team for obviously the challenges that they've had to meet during this last 12 months has been absolutely colossal, and they've dealt with it in an amazing way. So a big thank you to them. I would like to point something out on page 22, which is the headline performance indicators. On the affordable homes acquired or built, it says 2, which doesn't really give a true picture. I admit it does for that particular quarter, but what I would like to bring to everybody's attention is in April 2015, we had 3,441 homes in our housing stock. As at February, and this includes those we've completed on but not currently occupied, we now have 3,568. That's an increase of 127. That is an incredible amount, and that is giving a home to those that most need it. So I'm hoping that in the next quarters coming forward, it will show, for example, the 45 that are coming through in Wardinfield Road, the 21 in Angel Court, 9 in Brantham and Shockley, the 28 Wolseley Grange, and the 8 in Long Melford. So Lavenham, sorry, not Long Melford, Lavenham. So that figure is quite misleading. That too, it really is a great number that we've achieved in that particular period of time. So I'm just hoping that figure looks a bit better. Gives a more indication of the success story of this, because it is a success story, in the quarters to follow through. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Osborne. And it's not just what we have done in that period since 2015 and the pipeline that we've got coming up, but it's also the ambitions for the next few years as well, which are significant, and we'll see significant increases in our housing stock. Councillor Parker, do you have any questions or comments?
Well, just to follow up on something that Councillor Busby said, I mean, he raises a very good point about making these reports even more accessible, and I have fed that back already to Sarah, and it's something that is absolutely we're going to aim to do that, and as soon as possible as well. So thank you very much, Councillor Busby. Thank you.
And I'd just like to pick up on one or two points that my fellow cabinet members have made, and that is that the data here does show that everyone, all of our officers, and they have been performing in the past year brilliantly, not just with their existing and day jobs, but in the response to COVID, which has had an impact on those day jobs and also provided them with a lot of extra work. So I think this past year has shown Babergh Mid Suffolk, because it's a shared officer corps, has shown that we are two very fortunate districts in having the people we have working for us. I'd now like to open it up to any other members present. I have two hands up already. Councillor Barrett.
Good evening, everyone. Unfortunately, I'm not going to speak to thank anyone, because I think actually what our job is more about doing even better and being ambitious. So I've got a question about telephony. I hope this fits in with this spot of the agenda. I've been contacted recently by about the difficulty of getting to speak to someone in the planning department. Councillor Arthey knows about this recent case. During the lockdown, I think it's been difficult with people working from home, understandably, where I don't think there's an opportunity to forward voice the phones to another person. Sorry. Is there any way in which we can ensure that these callers can get through to an officer? Because I expect the lockdown is going to continue for quite some weeks away. Perhaps.
Thanks, Councillor. Sarah, are you able to respond to that?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Ward and Councillor Barrett for your question. More than happy to take away individual details of residents who have had difficulties engaging through the telephony. We've presented some information on the report that indicates that our average wait times are below our targets at the moment, and I think have been throughout the pandemic. And certainly our abandonment rate, so those people that can't actually get through to us, is again less than our target of 10%, down at 7%. But and we have enabled technology. We've got our call centre staff who are able to work from home, and calls are able to come through to them. I think if there's a particular issue in a service where it's then requiring some back office expert help to support with a more technical question, that's something that I'm more than happy to take away and look at. If you've got some individual details that you could perhaps forward to me at some point.
I don't think it's calls coming through to the main numbers that are advertised. I think it's where the caller has got an officer's name. They're trying to call them. They're probably unavailable for a few minutes, or perhaps on another call. If they were in the office, I believe that the systems would mean that call would bounce to another person within a ring of callers. I guess that can't happen at home. Is that correct?
As far as I'm aware, it can happen because our numbers are all sort of council network numbers. They're not necessarily individual home numbers that we're using. And when we moved across from Skype to Microsoft Teams, for those areas that required that kind of group set up so that calls would bounce amongst them before someone would answer, we did get those set up. So, really happy to take away those individual concerns, because that's not how our systems should work. And also our colleagues across the organisation are aware of our customer service standards, which means that everybody should have voicemails activated and set up on their own numbers so that people can leave a message if they're not available, and a requirement on our staff for contact them back in a timely way. So if that's not happening, more than happy to take that up on an individual basis.
I will forward you an email that I've received.
Perfect.
Perhaps you can have a look. Thank you
Yep,
very much.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McCraw.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, this is more of an observation than a question, but there will be a question at the end. These reports are becoming increasingly useful. Where there are changes that are adverse, as we might say, there are usually explanations for them, and I think many of those owe something to the effects of the last year. But there is one that slightly concerns me, and I'd like to ask Sarah if any explanation could be provided for a disappointing result in customer feedback. Website feedback bar shows a rating of 2.26 out of 5. That's, I would have said, under the circumstances, under any circumstances, could be described as disappointing. And is there any possible explanation for that?
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Parker, did you want to come back on that, or Sarah?
I'm quite happy to leave it to the expert. I think I did have an explanation, but I'll leave it to the expert. That's fine.
Okay, thank you. Sarah.
Thank you, Councillor McGraw, for your question. Without any doubt, 2.26 out of 5 is disappointing. Some of the reason behind that is because of the nature of the requests or the statements that are made within the feedback. So we allow a free text space for people to pop their responses down, and we do pass back to services any feedback that we receive. What we do find when reviewing those is that sometimes the comment will relate not to perhaps the user experience on the website, but more about the failure of the service in particular. So, for example, they might put a negative comment if they're having to register a missed bin, for example. So we find that there's often a correlation between the comments and a negative response in relation to the actual service that they're trying to access and receive, rather than actually their use of the website as a whole.
So it may be related to expectations and outcomes rather than the actual service provided.
Yeah, and that's not to say that we do pass that information, as I said, back to the services to see if there's any particular improvements that we can make. And equally, in terms of any comments that are about actually navigation on our website, for example, we also review that with our web coordinators, who will make necessary changes as they can. Undoubtedly, we know that we want to update our website, and that is part of our customer transformation programme moving forward. And we did undertake a substantial piece of work over the summer periods to ensure that our website was more accessible, which did revolve around making sure that content was written in plain English, for example, could be read by screen readers. So some work that's already commenced, but still lots to do.
Yeah, I'm going to repeat a comment I've made before: user-friendly and intuitive. But I do appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Thanks, Sarah. And finally, Councillor Maybury, you have a question.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Osborne very kindly gave us a list of the affordable housing. Would Councillor Osborne very kindly confirm the housing in Waldingfield Road? Is this Sudbury or is this the Chiltern area,
Sudbury.
please?
It is Sudbury.
It's very border. It's right, sort of. It's a few yards into Chiltern, John.
Oh, was it? Oh, I thought it was still Sudbury there. Okay.
Yeah. It's just coming up when you come up it's on the left-hand side, and it's just over the border into Chiltern.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thanks for that. Right. Councillor Barrett, your hand is still up. Do you have another question? No. Okay then. Thanks everyone. I think therefore that that's it. As I said earlier, this item's for noting only. So we'll now move on to the next item, which is item 11, paper BCA 2042, Community Infrastructure Levy Expenditure Programme, March 2021. And I'll now invite the Cabinet Member for Planning to introduce this report. So over to you, Councillor Arthey.
Thank you, Chairman. I really don't think it's necessary to go through how the SIL framework operates again. You are all familiar with that now. And what you've got today are the 4 latest bids that require your decision. Of course, the SIL expenditure programme contains an update on progress on decisions on bid rounds 1 to 6, including December 2020. So the latest bids, and these are the ones for you to make decisions on today. Firstly, it's B2006, which is Sudbury, from the Strategic Infrastructure Fund. And we've already spoken about this today. It's the new HVO fuel tank. There are 2 of these being provided, one in mid-Suffolk and one in Babergh at Chiltern for our refuse freighters. And the total value of that bid is £50,000. Second one is B2015, which is in Long Melford, and that's from the Ring-Fenced Infrastructure Fund. It's an upgrade and improvement of the car park at the Old School Community Centre in Long Melford, and there they'll be able to provide 10 additional spaces, 4 disabled spaces, and the installation of new drainage and lighting. And on top of that, they also will provide 3 new electric vehicle charging points. The total value of that bid is £22,000. 2016 is in Cockfield, and this is a bid that has arisen out of the inability to complete a previous bid project because of problems that were found with the bridge that they were supposed to be putting a new surface on. And when they took the old surface off, they found that they actually needed a new bridge. So the first part of that project was completed and paid out, and this is effectively a second part, a separate part, which is for the works to the bridge, and the total value of that bid is £15,799.36. I'm not quite sure why Cockfield's one goes to the pence and none of the other ones do, but there we go. B2015 is in Lavenham. You may remember that we awarded money to a car park in Water Street, which was the old gasworks site, which was Lavenham Parish Council initiative on their own. And then more recently, we awarded money to the Prentice Street car park and toilet improvements, which was a joint initiative with Babergh District Council, who own the car park and the toilets in the Prentice Street car park. And then this one is the other car park that Babergh owns in Lavenham, which is in Church Street, near the church and beside the Cockhorse pub. And this project relates to the upgrade of the existing toilet building to provide new toilets and a parish office within the building. Again, it's owned by Babergh District Council, so it's a joint initiative, but the toilets and car park are operated by Lavenham Parish Council. Similarly to the previous Prentice Street project, the intention is to make the toilets both COVID-19 and disability compliant, and also to significantly reduce the operating costs of the facilities in the toilet block. The total value of that bid is £43,440, and I'm happy to propose the recommendations, which are at paragraph 3.1 and 3.2, which is for the bids I've outlined in Sudbury, Long Melford, Cockfield and Lavenham. The second recommendation is 3.2, which is that you note and endorse the SIL expenditure programme for March 2021. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, thank you, Councillor. May I have a seconder for this? I will be happy to second it myself.
Thank you.
Right. Okay. Opening up for questions. Councillor Busby, do you have any questions?
Well, yeah, I can wait for the debate.
Okay. Councillor Davis.
Nothing from me, thank you.
Councillor Holt.
Not at the moment, thank you.
Councillor Mulvisi.
No, nothing from me.
Councillor Osborne.
No, not at this moment, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And Councillor Parker.
No, nothing from me, Chair, thank you.
Do any other members of Babergh Council present have any questions on this report? Councillor McCraw.
Not a question, Chair, but just a reminder to members across the council that the SIL expenditure framework is subject to a regular annual review through overview and scrutiny, and that we have on every occasion been satisfied that not only is it flexible from the working group that works on it, but it has been fit for purpose on every occasion, and yet it has changed according to emerging circumstances. So on that basis, I think it's reasonable to support the results that come out of the expenditure framework. That was just the observation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, then. So if there are no more questions, we'll move into debate. So, Councillor Arthur, do you have anything else you wish to say in the debate, or have you covered everything?
I'll just make one small additional comment, Chairman, if that's okay.
Yeah.
And that is that thus far we haven't had significant calls on Babergh's SIL funds. So most of the times that we're sitting here looking at SIL awards, we're looking perhaps at smallish amounts. You know, they're in the tens of thousands, but they're not in the millions. However, that's not likely to continue forever. So whilst the demands on the fund have been far, far less than the value of the fund so far, we've seen already in mid-Suffolk that there are significant calls when you start to get to things like school extensions that are necessary as a result of development and increased school numbers. So thus far, it might seem as though, you know, we're just sort of handing out awards to communities, but as the SIL framework, as the SIL programme rolls on, there will, as I'm sure you're aware, be significant calls on our SIL funds.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for pointing that out. It is something that we do need to be mindful of as in the next year or two. Councillor Busby.
Yeah, I'm concerned with the community infrastructure threshold of £75,000 or 75% of the total costs. It seems unfair to limit community projects to that kind of amount when we could be spending hundreds of thousands on a school. If we raise money from a housing development, it could be that the money is desperately needed for an expansion of open space or healthy activities, things like that. And that's just as important as providing school places, I would have thought. It seems strange, therefore, that we limit that those projects to £75,000. It could affect. It's certainly going to affect Capel, and it could affect Sudbury, particularly with the Bellevue project, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to remember that we're talking about community projects here, and in the early days of the SIL framework, we accepted that we were collecting money, and that in the early years that might be used to address an infrastructure deficit, if you like, in some of our communities. So that's the sort of example. If you remember, we had Preston St Mary Village Hall come to us. We had a few Village Hall applications. As SIL moves forward, you have to accept the purpose behind SIL, which is to provide the necessary infrastructure for the development that's taking place. And that's where the big demands will come. But having said that, I mean, I think the fact that we've retained an element of support for our communities in regard to infrastructure is a good thing. and I'm helping the SIL team put together a revised scheme for Preston St Mary Village Hall, where they were unable to complete the project. And it's been clear that there is additional funding that can be sought elsewhere. So it was never really our intention that community projects would be funded 100% by a SIL contribution. But I accept that thus far it seems perhaps a little bit unnecessary to have that type of a cap on when we appear to have far more money in our SIL pot than we're being asked to hand out at the moment. But that will change, and our framework has to be fit for the future. So it has to be, we have to look at what's coming our way and adjust the framework accordingly.
But that's good to hear, because I mean, for instance, in Capel St Mary, we're targeted to have something like 750 new houses in Capel, and it would not sit well with the residents of Capel if 99% of the money raised from those SIL developments, or the developments that produce the SIL, went to fund things elsewhere when we're desperately in need of things within Capel, which would come under the community banner and therefore only qualify for £75,000, which is a drop in the ocean to the millions that 750 houses will raise.
You're
absolutely right. There won't be community projects that are looking for millions of pounds, I wouldn't have thought. Sure, there'll be requirements of that sort of level, but we're talking about community projects here, and you've got to remember that the community receives, via the parish council, it receives its neighbourhood SIL. So what we have seen with a lot of these bids, if you've studied how the bid is made up, that 75% of the cost may come from Babergh's SIL pot. A lot of the remainder, certainly in the case of Cockfield and Lavenham, has come from neighbourhood SIL that the parish have got. So it's only the 75% or £75,000 that we restrict on Babergh's element. So that's what you're being asked to determine. The total value of the project, of course, as you can see, is a lot more. I have got some figures here if you want to know them.
Well, I'll just give you an example. You say that there are unlikely to be projects that are going to cost millions of pounds. In fact, Capel has got a project that's targeted to cost £3.5 million, which is a new community hub, 3G pitch and a mugger. Now, we expect quite a bit of that to come from funding, we hope, from the Football Association, but we were almost depending on a sizable chunk from SIL. £75,000 won't put a dent in that project. It will make it almost very difficult to start.
Okay, but I mean, it depends on the facilities. So it's not just who is putting the scheme together, it's what you're actually providing. So the best thing that I can say is have a word with Christine and Joe in the SIL team, and they will be able to advise you about which elements of it might be able to be funded from where. So, we offer the SIL inquiry service. There's no charge for that. It's part of the service that the SIL team offer. And I would just say that if you think you've got projects that might need support and might result in a SIL bid, just as early as possible, open a conversation with Joe and Christine in the team, and they'll help you out with what might be fundable and how.
We have, and they're being helpful. Thank you very much.
Good. And remember that green infrastructure doesn't have the 75% or 75,000 cap on it.
Oh, really? Thank you for that.
Okay.
You're worth your weight in gold.
Okay. And is that Capel project, is it listed in the infrastructure delivery plan? Because that will provide a higher threshold, won't it, Councillor Arthey?
Yeah.
I think it's listed in ours. I'm not certain whether it's in the JLP one.
We'll have to look at that.
Open a conversation with the SIL team, and they'll be able to help.
Great, thanks.
Okay, then, Councillor Davis.
Yeah, just to weigh in a little bit on that one. Yeah, Clive is absolutely right. The SIL offers a proportion of funding towards community infrastructure projects, But our communities team have just amazing grants officers who can pull money out of all sorts of areas. So yeah, that's very much an avenue that should be explored as well. You know, because they deal a lot with places like the Football Foundation, the FA, various other governing bodies. When you're talking of the sporting infrastructure, Hadley are looking to do something similar, and we've had a meeting with them, and Chris and Roy are supporting in what they're doing as well, and so there are lots of different ways of doing it, and it worries me when you say, oh, you know, it won't get it started. I think, you know, you will get these things started, and still can quite often be the bit of cream and the cherry on the top as well. So there's lots of money out there, you know, and please, you know, as he says, go to Christine and the SIL team, but also come to us at communities, because we've got a lot of depth and knowledge and experience in finding money for you. And that's to all councils, not just to Councillor Busby.
Thank you, Councillor. Right, moving on to Councillor Holt. I'm conscious of the fact that we're kind of digressing a bit from the particular items that we need to approve. So I would like to focus the debate on those, if anyone has any comments on those. So Councillor Holt, you're next.
No questions, thank you.
Right, okay. Councillor Councillor Malvisi.
No questions, thank you.
Councillor Osborne.
No, Mr. Chairman, not from me at this moment.
Sorry, we're in debate now. We've had questions. So,
nothing to say at this point, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay then, Councillor Parker.
No, everything's good. I've thoroughly read the bids, and I'm certainly supportive of them. Haven't got any issues at all. Thank you.
No, well, I'm certainly in support of these bids. They all seem to be just the sorts of things that we should be supporting, and a good selection of different types of things and in different communities. So I think, therefore, unless there are any other comments from members of the Cabinet, we will move to the electronic vote. Okay, so I'll ask the Governance Officer to conduct the electronic vote, please.
Thank you, Chair. Members, if you could go into your ModGov app, the vote for this item is now in progress. Councillor Arfi, can I take your vote, please?
My vote is for.
Thank you. Thank you, members. Chair, that's 8 votes for.
Thank you very much, Claire. Right, moving on to item 12, paper BCA 2041, solar multifunction carport microgeneration. Now, this report is in 2 parts. Part 1 is the public part of the report. Part 2, the appendices, is confidential. So I'll now invite the Cabinet Member for the Environment to introduce the report. So over to you, Councillor Malvisi.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Right, way back, the Council's Carbon Reduction Management Plan commits that we will explore opportunities for low carbon energy generation with a view to minimising our reliance on the grid. One example is solar farms, another one solar carports, battery storage. This will include options for council-owned land, buildings and other investment opportunities. Further, the Council's Strategic Asset Management Plan 2020 to 2025 references that the Council will support the delivery of low energy projects through proactive asset review of the council-owned estates or other investment opportunities. This project proposal delivers on both. In late summer 2020, the Economy and Regeneration team successfully bid for central government's Getting Building Fund programme to gain match funding for up to 50% of the capital grant. It's capped at 400,000 per site. but it must be delivered by March 2022 to access the funding. This award makes a considerable difference to viability and deliverability for the council and gives a timely opportunity for the council to demonstrate its local place leadership in respect of economic and environmental ambition. And I've mentioned that earlier on this evening. The project is a learning pilot using council brownfield site assets, and if successful could be deployed by the council and businesses, developers elsewhere in the district to make a cumulative, localised energy microgeneration impact towards district and county ambitions of carbon reduction by 2030. Specialist advice has been sought on the business case and optimal system to support existing and future uses in and around the site, with an objective of energy costs and carbon savings at the council-owned leisure centres and full recovery of the investment within the life cycle of the project's benefits. This project is now linking into further recent grant success of 1.4 million for both Mid-Suffolk and Babergh to deliver further heat decarbonisation. Now that means air source heat pumps, insulation and further solar energy, but at our leisure centre estate. And it's reflected in the recommendations of this report. I commend the report and its recommendations to Cabinet.
Thank you, Councillor Malvisi. May I have a seconder, please? Well, I will happily. Oh, Councillor Busby, your second?
I will.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. OK, then. So firstly, questions from Cabinet members. Councillor Arthey, do you have any questions?
No, thank you, Chairman. No.
Councillor Busby?
No, thanks.
Councillor Davis?
No, I'm good, thanks.
Councillor Holt?
Fine, thank you, Chair.
Councillor Malvisi?
No, I've not. I don't have a question for
Of
myself.
course you don't. You just that's the trouble with reading down a list. I usually do skip the right one at the right time, but Councillor Osborne?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The report gives me all the information I need to know at this point. Thank you.
What is thorough? Yeah, thank you. Councillor Parker?
No questions, Chair.
Right. OK, then. Do any other Babergh Council members present have any questions at this stage? In which case, I will move into the debate part. So, Councillor Arthey, do you have any questions or do you wish to contribute to the debate?
No, only to fully support it, Chairman. I think it's a fantastic idea.
Yeah. OK, Councillor Busby.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Councillor Davis.
Yeah, ditto.
Councillor Holt.
Fully endorse my fellow councillors' comments.
Councillor Osborne.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, I think it's a big step forward. So well done to all concerned, because I think it is good to thank those people where thanks are due. Thank you.
Councillor Parker.
Nothing further to add, Chair.
Thank you, councillors. No, well, this is a great step forward for Babergh to be able to do this, and it's great that we've been able to get some match funding. It is a pilot, and no doubt there'll be lessons that we can learn from this, but I'm very pleased that we're able to do this in the Station Road car park in Sudbury, and I hope it will be a great success, not just in terms of providing clean electricity for people to recharge their vehicles, but also to be able to feed into the Kingfisher Leisure Centre itself. Now, there is an option for members to go into private session to discuss the appendices. Does anyone wish to do that? We have the financial information in the appendices. It is very clear, but if you don't wish to, we can go straight to the vote. But please indicate if you wish to go into confidential session. Councillor Malvisi, your hand's up.
It was just to say I thought this proposal is evidence of how working together can achieve wonderful things. And it's the economy and regeneration as well as the environmental team. So well done to all for working together and pulling together.
Councillor Arthey.
Yes, I don't think we need to go into confidential session for me to say this. It relates to the funding, but it's really just a comment that, as far as I'm aware, no inquiry was made with regard to whether SIL might have been able to contribute to this. I take my hat off to the successful application to get specific government funding, but I do worry a little bit that sometimes we internally miss a trick. It happened with the first of the EV charger points that we put in, where we paid for them out of our own budgets when they could have been funded through SIL. And as far as I'm aware, it's maybe that an inquiry was made, but I don't think it was. And it may be that it wouldn't have been eligible because it's a government funded scheme. And there are sort of various restrictions. But having said that, without asking the question, you don't know the answer, do you? So that's my only comment, really. Okay, thank you for that. Did you require sort of a response or an answer on that? Was it just an observation? Well, I don't know if there's anybody who can help with that. I mean, I presume there's some supporting officers here, and they must. Fiona's here. Fiona, do you know whether you asked the SIL question?
We do actually have the project manager Lee here as well, and so he may well have asked the question. The point I was going to make is the way the report's worded is we now need to do some further investigations in light of the additional funding that's been secured through the Public Sector Decarbonisation Fund, and that will lead us to have other conversations about how we can better improve the business case. So I don't think the door's closed on any conversation around additional funding.
Thanks, Fiona. Actually, I've got a follow-up question, I guess, sort of question on the funding, and we've been successful in the Getting Building Fund match funding, and Mid Suffolk have been similarly successful for a sister project in Stowmarket. If we hadn't have put in a bid together, would we have independently been successful, or was it the fact that we worked together on this helped very much in getting Building Fund support?
I don't know that I could answer that. It's something the funder might want to answer. I mean, obviously, collaboration is good in the world of funding, but for this specific one, I'm afraid I don't know without asking the funder.
No, fair point. Yeah, okay, but I'll just leave that thought hanging amongst members. Okay, thank you for that, Fiona. Right, so Claire, can we move to the electronic vote, please? Because I don't believe anyone wishes to go to confidential session. Nobody else has made a comment about that. So we will take the vote now.
Thank you, Chair. Members, if you can go to your ModGov app, the vote is now in progress. Councillor Arthey, can I take your vote, please?
Yes, my vote is for. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair, that's 8 votes for. That's
Thank you,
carried.
Claire.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Right, okay. We're now about to move into the last item on the agenda. Does anyone want a quick break before we do that, or are you happy to continue?
I'd like a break, Chairman.
Right. Yeah. Okay. I thought that would be the case. It's now 7:10. Is a break of 10 minutes sufficient for everyone?
Sounds great.
Yes, thank you.
We will start again at 7:20 then. So Okay, welcome back everyone, and we're now on to the final item of tonight's agenda, which is item 16, paper BCA 2044, regeneration of the Bellevue site in Sudbury. Now, before I ask the Cabinet Member for the Economy to open this, I'd just like to say, Cabinet Members, we have a complicated matter to debate and a very important decision to make. As with the previous item, this report is also in two parts. Part 1 is the report and appendices A, B and C and is public. Part 2 is Appendix D, which contains identification of the bidders, financial information and the bid scoring matrix. This is confidential and cannot be discussed in open session. I'm proposing to deal with this report in the following order. Following the introduction and then questions from councillors, I would like to conduct the debate in two parts. Firstly, we will debate the objections we have received. Then we will debate the substantive matter, that is, which of the 6 bids we have received, if any, we should approve as indicated in the recommendations at paragraph 3. I would like to discuss as much of this as we can in open session without having to exclude the public, but we will enter into private session if necessary for questions and debate on the commercially sensitive information contained in the bids as detailed in the confidential Appendix D, before finally returning to open session for final comments and the vote. So having said all of that, I just also would like to introduce a couple of additional attendees. We have from the Shared Revenue Partnership, Samuel Antwi and also Alan Taylor. So I will now pass over to Councillor Holt to introduce the paper.
Thank you, Chair. What we have today in front of us is the paper for the regeneration of the Bellevue site in Sudbury. I think, as all members will know, and those that are viewing, the site itself has a long history going back to 2013, when the council agreed to dispose of the site. During the years leading up to now, we've had various schemes come forward. The latest one prior to this was for the hotel. Due to the pandemic, the partner in that subsequently pulled out and left us with the site again as it is today. At that point, the decision was made, re Bellevue, to bring it into the vision work for Sudbury, alongside the Hamilton Road quarter and the Market Hill improvements, and also obviously with the Hamilton Road, the bus station moving. Part of that was to, as it's a vision of Sudbury, to bring the Bellevue site within that vision. It seemed logical to work together with one group at Babergh, or sort of organising the lot, structuring the lot, thinking beyond just a single project, but collectively bringing them all together. And on that basis, we brought in the team that have been working on Hamilton Road to look at Bellevue. And I think it's important to remember we had an engagement event back in January 20, of which I think it was about 800 people attended in Sudbury. And there was a lot of positive feedback on all the vision items that were on show at that time, including Bellevue. Some people didn't like a hotel. Some people wanted an open frontage. There was various different opinions come out of that. And what we've done is drawn on those comments. And what we've got today in front of us, I believe, is a scheme that reflects what certainly the people that attended that engagement event at St Peter's wanted to see the future of Bellevue Park and how they saw it. And it was up to us to try and deliver on what those people who voiced their opinions wanted to see. Obviously, there's a compromise. We can't give everyone what they want, but what we've got today, I think, is a project and a scheme that represents what compromise is all about. We've managed to get an entrance into this scheme, whereas previously we hadn't. We've got a cafe, the new toilets proposed, which previously we hadn't. We had several opinions about the house, about it being demolished, about it being locally listed, etc. And what you've got today, if we do go down to look at the bids, is that all those bidders have actually said it, or their intentions are to retain the house. And I think it's important again that that's come out. What we did after that, it went through the steering group, the Sudbury steering group, and there was 3 options presented there. And one was certainly favoured, which had the park entrance in it. And I think, again, it's been poorly documented how the steering group actually took the decision. It's a steer. I shouldn't have used the word decision. It's a steer. But the steering group, which is represented by Sudbury Town Council, is represented from the Town Council, Chamber of Commerce, business groups, Suffolk County Council, the St Peter's organisation, and Gainsborough House also have representatives on it. And I just feel it's important that I get across that steering group did give a steer on this, and it is representative, I believe, of organisations within Sudbury. And I don't think it's easy when you have a project like this with so many different opinions to come up with a scheme that I hope you see today that will, I believe, have a lot of support amongst many people around Sudbury. I know the Town Council have voiced their concerns, and they seem to be going down the road of wishing to have a massive wide open front entrance, but that's come late in the day from them. Certainly through the years we've had nothing like that before, and I feel a little bit disappointed there. But I'm not going to dwell on any more about this, because I think it's so important that we've got so many members here who want to speak on this, I'm sure. And it is a difficult decision because it is an important part of Sudbury. And as much as some people might think that we don't care about Sudbury as a Babergh cabinet, I do. And I know other members do. And this is our chance to show that we care for Sudbury by delivering. And it's all about delivering for Sudbury. Sudbury may have had a lot of conversations in the past, but I feel it's time we delivered something. And I believe this opportunity to choose a scheme out of the 6 bidders is an important step for Sudbury to show that we mean business and that we do hold Sudbury close to our hearts. And the regeneration of Sudbury is so important, not only to the people of Sudbury and the surrounding villages, but also to Babergh as a whole. And that's all I really want to say at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Holt. I'd be happy to second this. Now, before I move to questions, I just wish to draw everyone's attention to the agenda supplement. And this contains a report prepared for Sudbury Town Council by one of the bidders. There are a number of points raised in this, including some that are covered in the list of objections we'll be looking at, and we should address them as far as possible. However, we have not had the opportunity to respond to and challenge this report directly with its authors. Okay then, so opening up for questions, Councillor Arthey, do you have any questions?
Chairman, I have just one, and it concerns the boundary that's indicated on the plan, and it appears to run across the terrace at the back of Bellevue House. And as you know, I've asked this question before, but I'm just thinking that the terrace most properly, if the house is being retained, should go with the house. And I just wondered if there's an answer as to if that could still be achieved.
Thank you. Councillor Holt, did you want to pick up on that?
The red line for the 123 notice was as defined, but I'm certainly will bring Fiona in to see if she's got any comment on that, because this historically is the red line.
Yes, and the red line that Michael just referred to actually is the boundary of the house. It defines the difference between the house and the park, and that footpath is actually within the park as defined by public open space. So that's why the red line was where it was.
Thanks, Fiona. Does that answer your question, Councillor Arthey?
Well, Not really, because I'm just thinking that any reuse of Bellevue House, and as you've said already, all of the proposals indicate that they would want to retain the building. It seems to me that it offers a fairly uncomfortable boundary. Now, obviously, we would continue to retain ownership of the park, so we would own effectively half of the terrace. And I just wondered whether we ought to have some sort of confirmation that we can offer as to where we see the future of that terrace, because I mean obviously there's a it's almost like a shared wall, isn't it, at the front of the window there. And then, as I say, I'm not quite sure why the line was drawn there. It seems a bit of an arbitrary place to put it. You would have thought it went either one side of the terrace or the other. And of course, the terrace has steps at the end, and then the paths that allow people to go from the park up the steps and onto the terrace of the house.
I believe, as Fiona alluded to, it is where the open space starts and stops. So that's where the red line is. I think that this sort of thing, to be honest, Councillor Arthur, is almost a planning issue at some point in the future, because all the bidders have certainly known and been aware where the red line is. And once and if a planning application was to come forward, then those sort of things will be dealt with at planning. I mean, the fact that boundary is the boundary is no different to a house or anything else, our own houses or whatever. That is the boundary.
Okay, and I presume that the owners of the house would have certain rights, wouldn't they, to be able to maintain the house? So they'd have rights to erect scaffolding and things like that to do works to the house.
I'm happy to come in there. Yeah, I mean, all of those negotiations would happen post a decision being made on the recommended bidder. It would be part of the legal agreement.
Thanks, Fiona.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Councillor Busby, do you have any questions?
Well, yeah, it's interesting that you started the debate on this. I looked at the proposals for all of the bidders this morning, and the two preferred, bids 2 and 3, if you study their red line, it's considerably outside the area that was offered for sale. In fact, the people that are going to convert the house have said that they need 5 metres from the house, which will include the terrace and the bank, and that runs the whole length of the site, plus there's an extra bit at the top and there's an extra bit at the bottom. I think this disqualifies them from participating in this bid process because they haven't complied with the offer.
I think you'll find their offer is, unless Fiona contradicts me, their offer is for the defined red line on the section 1, 2, 3 bid.
If you get the plan up, you'll see that it's significantly outside what that is.
I can come in there, Dave. A number of the bidders have put proposals in which involve pieces of land that were not within the red line. Because it's an informal tender, we don't have to stick to quite the same rigid rules that we would have to with a formal tender. So that would have to be involved with any of the bidders that were chosen. If they had included some land outside of the red line, we would have to take that as part of the negotiation going forward.
But that is not our land to negotiate. It's public open space. It's part of the park. It's a significant part of the park. And
well, it is our land, but you're right, it is public open space.
And we would have to therefore raise another offer for sale, I presume, if we wanted to. If you wanted to put that in with those other bids.
But as Fiona has said, those aren't the only 2 bids that have gone outside of the red line, and so the same would apply for all of the bids, whether they are commercial or community bids that have gone outside the red line. The same rules would apply.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah,
I mean, we
can't disqualify one and not all of them.
Well, we should disqualify those that don't comply with the rules of the offers for bids. We can't we haven't got the right to do that. It's public open space. We can't just hand it over.
I agree that we can't just hand it over, but because it's an informal bid process, if you were to go with one of the bidders who had asked for additional land, that would have to be negotiation once you'd made your decision to go with that bidder.
I think also when you're discussing the bids, you also take that into account as well, to be perfectly honest with you.
Well, we'll pick this up in the debate. I think we're still in question mode at the moment, but it's you're right, Councillor Holt. I think when we look at the individual bids, we will pick that up then. Right. OK, Councillor Davis, do you have any questions?
No questions from me, thank you.
OK. So Councillor Malvisi.
Thank you, Chairman. The situation over open spaces concerns me a little bit. Naturally, I couldn't support anything that removed and substantially reduced open space without something else mitigating it 200%. That's all the comment. Thank you.
OK, so no question at this stage. Then.
Question, is it? No.
OK. Councillor Osborne, any questions?
Yeah, I do. I take it we're looking at the objections, aren't we, as part of this question?
Yeah. Questions on any aspect of the report.
OK.
Except
yeah, well,
the confidential side of it.
Sorry, there's an echo. Can you hear me, John?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, well, on the governance part of the objections, on objection 12, I think it's listed as, it's about the open space deficit or correctly inferring surplus asset. Can you just clarify for me, Fiona or Michael, that there is actually sufficient open space as required in law? I think it's so much open space per population count. And has that figure taken into consideration the projected growth in Sudbury over the next 10 years, please? Thank you. Oh, and also, sorry, Mr. Chairman, I have another question. 15 is about lack of community and town council engagement. Now, my understanding is, as a councillor, there's been a great deal of consultation over the years on this. So if Fiona or again, Councillor Holt could just clarify that there actually has been a high level of consultation and engagement. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Osborne. Councillor Holt, would you like to pick up on both of those?
Fiona, do you want to pick the first one up?
Actually, I think Lee's with us. I think it would be better if Lee answered that one, if that's okay, if Lee's still with us.
Yes, certainly. So, yeah, objections refer to open space. The local plan shows the area of the site, which is currently in the 2006 open space plan as open space. The report, there's a 2019 report that's been referenced and is in the bundle for members to consider as part of the objections, relating to some more up-to-date reporting that was done as part of the joint local plan process. So that has been attached as part of members' consideration there. We are aware, and we have referenced it in the objection summary, that there is some areas that have not been included within the sort of town area which would be considered open space, which the 2019 report doesn't evidence. It will really be down to members to look at that and weigh up the potential loss of the open space in the context of the potential benefits of the disposal, and also there has been re-provision of some of that public recreation use to other areas of the town, for example, the swimming facilities and the skate park and the new multi-use gaming area. So yeah, those references have been made and put into the report, and members will need to balance those references as part of the wider considerations for the report, as mentioned.
Just following up on that, Lee, is it true to say that the 2019 report, when suggesting an open space deficit, did not take into account the extensive meadows along the river, the Friars Meadow, the water meadows?
Yes, there's some areas which the public realm team have fed back which have been excluded or not designated in their opinion correctly in that report. That is not a strategy document. That is just to inform the local plan development. So again, it's about weighing up all these issues, including, as we said, the re-provision of amenities elsewhere in the town. But yeah, there is. Although that report exists, it's not a strategy document, and it is deficient according to our own public realm team.
Thank you, Lee. Councillor Holt, did you want to pick up on the
on the Suffolk Town Council engagement or consultation? What we've done is all the way through, certainly since I've been chair of the steering group, which goes back to 2019, is have town councillors sitting on the steering group. And this is where the opportunities come for the town council to gather the information and partake in discussion and conversation about the plans that were coming forward for Bellevue. At one time, there was 4 town councillors sitting on that steering group. There are now 3. Now, I can't help if they do not go back and report what's going on to the 4 town council. But that is the opportunity, and that has been the process for the town council involvement through the steering group. As I say, if for some reason that is failing, then I suggest the town council look at the members on that steering group.
Thank you, Councillor Holt. Okay, then, moving on, questions. Next, Councillor Parker, final questions from you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I'm not sure if I'm jumping ahead here or not, but I've got a question around the recommendation, actually, as shown in the report at item 3.5, which in fairness is in part 2, but nonetheless, I'm going to ask it whether it's now or later. So we might, if it's all right with you, Chair, we'll do it now. But 3.5 does state that should the preferred bidder withdraw or otherwise not proceed on the terms, that delegated authority be given to the Assistant Director for Economy to proceed and negotiate with an alternative bidder. And I'm deeply uncomfortable with that, Chair. I have to say, I think that any decision as significant as this must come back. It must be a cabinet decision. So I don't know what the process is for amending that. And indeed, I'd have to win the backing of my fellow councillors. But I think that's I'm deeply uncomfortable with that.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. Yeah, I think one or two of us have expressed concerns about that. When we come back for final comments just prior to the vote, we will go through the recommendations, all 5 of them, just to check that the wording of each of them is as we would wish. If not, we can make some changes at that point prior to going to the vote. Is that okay with you, Councillor Parker?
It is, Chair. Thank
and
you.
also indeed Councillor Holt as the owner of the paper.
Yeah, I think it's a fair point that Councillor Parker's raised, and I think it's something that has been voiced to me by other members. So I'm more than happy to do that.
Yeah, we'll just go through those then just prior to the vote to make sure that we've got the wording exactly right. Okay, I'll now open this up for other Babergh councillors to ask questions. So please raise your hands. Councillor Owen, you are first.
Thank you ever so much for giving me the chance to ask some questions. I don't know whether you can see me. Right. I've got 2 questions. The first one is, has there been any discussions with any of the bidders prior to the site being marketed? That's my first question. Shall I ask the second question as well?
I'll ask them both now, and we'll take them. But yeah.
Why did the bids for the house in November 2019 have to do a full presentation at St Peter's in January 2020 as part of a community consultation, and yet there is no requirement this time around, and the whole process now has been behind closed doors? Where is the open and transparency? This gives all councillors a bad reputation. Thank you.
Okay, so thanks for your questions and the additional comment there at the end. I'm not so sure that I necessarily agree with that last, but we'll take the questions. So, Councillor Holt, did you want to take them directly or pass them to?
Well, the first one I'll certainly pass on if I may, because as for any of the bidders having prior knowledge on it, I would say no, but I can ask Fiona if she's got any information on that.
A number of the bidders, quite a large number of the bidders, actually bid previously. So they were obviously aware of the site, so when the marketing commenced, they got back in touch. So there were, I can't remember how many out of the 6, but a large number of the 6 had previously either been interested in the site or had bid on the site. So there have been previous discussions with most of the parties actually, or certainly a large number of them. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, I think that does. Thank you, Fiona. Thanks.
Thank you.
And the second question regarding the presentations that, well, when I say presentation, we had that exhibition in St. Peter's in January 2020, where a number of the bidders at that time round were invited to display what their proposals were.
Yes, they were, and what a successful event it was. But yeah. When the hotel negotiations broke down, and obviously the site became available as such again, it wasn't certainly considered that an engagement event like that would be warranted, as the actual Red Line site is still the same, and obviously what we were looking at was disposal of the site with no fixed objective, unlike the hotel, which was a fixed objective and a known result. What we've got here is a disposal of the land, and that is open to bidders to put their bids in, which is what's happened. So I don't see how you can have necessarily a public engagement or anything like that event when all you're doing is selling off a section of land for those bidders to bid and bid what they want to do with that site afterwards.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cresswell.
Thank you, Chair. Just put myself out, you see me? Thank you, Chair. What I was going to say, this is really to Councillor Holt, what I was told by people on the steering committee, that the papers they got for the steering group did not arrive till possibly the night before or at very short notice. So when they went into the steering group, decisions seemed to be made before they actually got there. So they come away quite confused, and then come back to the town council and felt like they'd been brought into something that they wasn't particularly happy about. That's the impression I got about it, Michael. So I'm just telling you the feelings which came back to the town hall.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a question as well? I'm happy to allow that statement.
It was more a comment about how the people felt going to the steering committees, getting late notice or late papers, and then feeling like everything was already out of their power before they got to the meeting.
Okay, thank you.
If I can come back on that, please. Certainly, as far as the steering group's concerned, there are some commercially sensitive papers there that will not be broadcast in advance really at all. So that may well be the case that they're referring to. But I think what you have to bear in mind is, Councillor Creswell, that there's an officer group which precedes the steering group, of which your town clerk goes to and other officers, which information is sometimes shared. And that's another way that the town council can gain this information, or build the information up prior to a steering group meeting. But we're never going to get away from the fact that if there's commercially sensitive information, it will not be shared broadly. And that will always be the case, as I say. There was no decision made before the steering group. The steering group is there to give a steer, and that's exactly what it does. And it's down to all the members who attend the steering group to have the confidence and the comfort to give those steers at that group and report back to their bodies that they represent, whether it be the Chamber of Commerce or business people or the town council. That's what it's about. And I do find it annoying that these things keep coming up again and again and again. The steering group works and is the way it's designed to work, and the town council just have to get used to it.
Thank you. Councillor Ayres.
Hi, thank you, Chair. Sorry, you can't see me, only my head. Mine's more about, and this is from somebody in my ward has asked me to ask the question. Given the big push that Babergh District Council has committed to for climate change, including biodiversity policy and a clear focus and commitment to all environmental concerns, of they and needs for the future, and the open space requirements, will these be considered? Please, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, they will.
Yeah, I mean, we've been very mindful of that, and have built in, certainly with the all-encompassing plan for the park, a commitment to ensuring biodiversity within the park. There are things that we want to do to enhance what there is there already. The new park entrance that we're proposing will certainly help towards that, and also be energy efficient. So we are doing our level best to meet our biodiversity, our environmental commitments, because those are commitments that we're not just paying lip service to them. We truly believe that they are necessary for the viability and the well-being of all of our communities going forward. So
if I can just add there, in the Telegraph last week, they were talking about, I think it was a type of pyrocanthia shrub, and I think 2 meters of this shrub takes up as much carbon emissions from 500 miles of a car. So hopefully they would be various types of pyrocanthia, but that's something that could take away some of the awful stuff that's in the atmosphere. Thank you.
And I believe that's quite a prickly bush as well, so it'd act as a good security screen.
Yes. Yes, not easy to handle, but it's useful.
Councillor Malvisi, did you want to come in on that in response to Councillor Ayres?
No, other than biodiversity and climate change action plan are here to stay, and they will crank up even faster because there's more legislation coming down the wire. And if we want to get to 2030 and not get flooded out, then we're going to have to really crank it up. So it's here to stay.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. If there are no other questions from councillors present, I do have a question from Councillor Lindsay, who's unable to be present, so he's asked me to read it out on his behalf. So Councillor Lindsay's question is, why would we want to spend £750,000 on a lovely new entrance with visibility from King Street, which is a really good idea, when we are then going to allow developers to build on a very significant remaining part of the public open space, which overlooks that entrance and therefore diminishes the value of the open space? Surely it is better to go with the option to refurbish Bellevue House into residences and await grants, etc., to allow us to make the former swimming pool area safe and attractive for the public. A wildlife area springs to mind and would cost very little. Councillor Holt, would you like to respond or comment in any way on that question? I have some comments myself, but I think I'd leave it to you.
Councillor Lindsay is very complimentary in his approval and of the entrance that we're proposing, but I do understand that he wants a full width entrance. Yes. And that we should be waiting basically for funding to come along on the money tree that never seems to appear. So I would question the deliverability of that and the costs involved in that. Has he done his homework and research to find out how much money's involved? I think we've got a reasonable idea from the work we've had to do to get to the entrance where we are today, as such that we're proposing. It's a lot of money, an awful lot of money. And as I said before in my introduction, I think what we're proposing is a good compromise in that we have an entrance to a park. We're going to spend money in the park. We've committed to putting up to 100% of any money gained from the sale of this land into the park, into the park for the people of Sudbury to enjoy, into the park to make it a better place for all young families and children to play. This is what we're intending to do. This is why we are doing it, to make Sudbury a better place.
Thank you, Councillor Holt. Right, okay. We'll now move into debate. As I said, we're going to conduct the debate in two parts. Firstly, the objections that we have received, and there are, I think it was 32. Some of them are quite extensive. Objection 27, actually, if any members wanted to focus, does seem to be the most comprehensive, and it covers many of the issues raised by other objectors. But to open this debate, Councillor Arthey, do you have any comments on the objections?
Well, no, I've got a question for you, actually. I'm not quite sure what you're doing here.
Well, I've moved out of questions into debate, but if you want to go back to questions, I'm happy to do that.
No. You're doing two sessions of debate, one on the objections.
Yes, one on the objections and the other on the bids.
Okay, no, I haven't got anything to say on the objections. Thank you.
Right. Okay, Councillor Busby.
Well, only to say I think there's a lot of validity in the objections, and I think we need to take them into account when we make our decision.
Yep. Councillor Davis.
No, nothing more to add to that.
Okay. Next will be Councillor Malvisi.
Nothing at this moment.
Councillor Osborne.
Not at this particular moment, no.
Councillor Parker.
Well, just to say that we're going to need, there's some very detailed information in some of these objections, and we are going to need to take it into account. We are going to need to thrash out, for example, the loss of open space, because that's a genuine concern for an awful lot of people, that we are losing open space, and that's recorded in the objections, and we're going to need to address it. But I suspect that this is going to be a very long debate as the night goes on. Chair, thank you.
Okay. Right. Well, I do understand that, and I'm expecting a long debate. But I did really want to, as far as possible, go through the objections and get some sense as to how members feel about them before moving on to the actual bids themselves, because there are things that have been raised regarding the validity of the Section 123 disposal process, and I think we need to talk about that. There's also comments about some more specific detail in the 123 about the actual disposal of the land itself and best price or best value. The other thing that I think is, Councillor Arthey, something you could clarify, and that's regarding the position on SIL on this, because one of the bids is a community bid, and I believe they are interested in the potential of SIL funding. Now, we did, when talking about the SIL expenditure item earlier, reference the £75,000 limit. Sorry? There's an echo. Okay, that seems to have gone. So Councillor Arthey, are you able to comment in any way about the viability of a SIL application to support that community bid?
Well, I'm not the person that judges the applications. Ultimately, the Cabinet is, but obviously the assessment is done by the SIL team. I'm not aware that there's been a SIL inquiry, but that doesn't mean there hasn't been one. But I'm not aware that there's been one. Community bids would be governed by the framework, and yes, they would be. They would have a maximum of £75,000 and or 75%. But as far as I'm aware, there's actually been no inquiry. Is that the question you're asking?
should there be an inquiry, what basically, and do you know what kind of advice or limits advice we'd be able to give, or whether there are limits on what they'd be able to do with SIL, bearing in mind, as you said earlier, that we do have that £75,000 limit. We also have the potential that our SIL pot may not be sufficient as it stands for what we know is going to come down the line for major infrastructure in the way of school additions, doctor's surgeries, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think you'd have to have something a lot more specific. It has to be the provision of essential infrastructure, so you can't just sort of make something up. So I don't know what specifically the SIL infrastructure project would be that somebody would be bidding for, and I don't know whether it would have the support of the town council. You're asking me a question about something that's not at all specific.
Okay, yeah, all right, fair enough. I was probably being unfair in what I was trying to ask, but I was just picking up on a point that had been made in one of the objections. I do have something I wish to raise with one of the legal representatives we have here, and that is the suggestion that we have been in breach of statutory duty regarding disposal under the Section 123 notice. Is one or other of the legal representatives here able to provide some guidance on that, or Fiona?
I'm happy to start off, then defer it to Sam or Alan. The legal process requires that the redlined area is published for a minimum of 2 weeks. We actually published it for 3 weeks. So as far as we have secured legal advice, we are entirely appropriate in the legal sense in terms of advertising that 123 notice, but perhaps Sam or Alan would like to come in on that point.
Yes, this is Sam here. You're right, Fiona, in saying that this is a statutory provision. The 123 2A is a statutory provision for this open space sale of open spaces, and as we know, the council is a trustee of the land, comprising the open space. So therefore, section 1, when we are, you have to advertise, as you've said, advertisement has to be done, and in two consecutive weeks, and so by virtue of section 164 of Public Act 1985. And then Section 10 of Open Space Act 1906, where we're selling the land under Section 234. Sorry, 123 2A of the Local Government Act 1972. Then Section 123B, where the land is sold under 123A. Then 123B give the land, provides that the land is now free from any trust arising solely by this what do you call it, the sections of the Public Act and the Open Space Act that I just mentioned. So in all, if while the question is that if where these have been advertised and it's been advertised, and therefore we cannot, the point is there is no the council can go ahead and sell those open space land.
Thank you. Thanks. Alan, did you have anything further to add to that?
No, I'd just like to agree with Fiona and Sam. I believe the council they used 3 weeks, which was more than the time necessary and specified. I believe that we've done what we should have under Section 129.
Okay, thank you. I've got some hands up from members of the cabinet here. Councillor Parker.
Yeah, all right, Chair. So let's get into these objections then. So, with no disrespect to the objections as a whole, there is one that my eyes have fallen on particularly, and that is representation number 27, because it seems to have some technical merit and has been extremely well drafted. So there are some very salient points in there, and the first one is of the surplus land requirement, and in that letter the objector has charged that this is an area of land, and by disposing of this land, by getting rid of this land, we actually create a deficit, which is being charged is not only against the National Planning Policy Framework, but is also against our own policies, etc. So it's shown on page 214 of the report and onwards. It's a very long report, but I'd be interested to get Fiona's views on the charge that's being made there with regards to the surplus land requirement, please.
Yeah, I'm happy to come in there. So the definition of public open space is very difficult to define. It's defined in a number of ways. The most obvious way is how we define it in our local plan. In our current local plan, we have only a very small area of the red, the land edged red, defined as public open space. By provision of the new park entrance, we're actually re-providing more public open space if you take into account what's in our current local plan. However, previous land used for public leisure, for example, could be deemed, isn't necessarily, but could be deemed to also be public open space. And I think that's why it's important that Cabinet take into account that if you were minded to think of the old swimming pool site, or rather the part we're selling, as public open space, it should be noted that you have re-provided those public uses elsewhere, both in Bellevue Park, but also in the swimming pool that was built to replace this swimming pool back in, I think it was, I'm not quite sure when it was actually built off the top of my head, but so that's the first thing. The second point that I just need to make Cabinet aware of is that Lee mentioned it earlier. There is a study. It's not a council approved strategy, but there is a study that was carried out in 2019, which did look at public open space, which seeks to include an additional area in the red-lined land in any future public open space designation that has been taken account of in our emerging local plan, and that includes the house. And I think that the car parking area to the rear of the house. So although it's not local plan at the moment, it is in our emerging local plan. Now that would, in theory, if that public open space designation is adopted in the new local plan, in theory, there could be deemed to be a deficit. However, it doesn't take into account the new area that we're creating, the new park area, which is a sizable chunk of the existing swimming pool site. And also it doesn't take into account the areas of open space that were omitted from the report, which is, as John mentioned earlier, the meadows, which is obviously a sizable amount of green space in Sudbury. So sorry, that's a bit of a long-winded answer, Lee, but that's public open space is quite difficult to actually define and pin down.
No, thank you, Fiona. Long-winded is what's required, so thank you.
Right, okay, thank you for that. I'm just, Councillor Holt, you're next on the list.
Yeah, I was just going to say there's a lot of very good objections with a lot of content, and I just want to make sure that everyone listening is aware that the council has not moved forward with this project without seeking legal advice, and we are confident in our position that we can move forward with this project on the advice that we have been given. So there are some objectors that have got, as Councillor Parker alluded to, some quite detailed objections written, But certainly our advice that we have sought from our legal department and is that we can proceed and we are all okay to do so. I just want to make sure that that point gets across. We're just not ignoring it.
Thank you. Thanks. Councillor Osborne.
Right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if it's just me, and I apologise if it is, but we've just heard from Sam. Sorry, I didn't catch his surname. Giving a description on where we've been with the S123 and 2A and 2B. I got a little bit confused on it. I don't think it was explained very well. Could somebody explain it perhaps a little bit clearer? Because we have got a lot of people listening in as well. And if I couldn't understand what he was saying, then I'm sure, and the contents of what he was saying, not how he was saying it, of course, I'm sure the members of the public and other councillors listening in have a problem with understanding it as well. So could it be re-explained, please, Fiona?
Yes, I can't claim to go into the different lines of legislation, but in very basic terms, and this is, by the way, in the public report, if anyone has got the time to look it up, we have outlined that. But essentially, the council is not allowed to sell public open space unless it publishes a notice telling the public that it wishes to do so. The public have the right to object, and those objections must be considered. And obviously they carry some weight. So in any decision made in terms of selling, there has to be the balance assumed between the objections and the benefits from selling the site in terms of best value or best consideration. So the Section 123 notice, the relevant section of the Section 123 notice relates specifically to the ability to sell a site that has an area of public open space in it, and we're obliged to advertise that notice for a minimum of 2 weeks. We actually advertised it for 3 weeks, so we have been told by our lawyers that we have satisfied that criteria and that objection.
Thank you, Fiona. That is much clearer. Thank you very much.
Councillor Malvisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It was just to say that Fiona explained open spaces very well as other things. A lot of people automatically assume that an open space is green. It is not necessarily green. You can have a great big piazza, whatever square, and that is an open space. And you mitigate the biodiversity impact by ensuring that you put plants that benefit.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Right. Before we go on, what I need to do, because we're at 8:15, and we need to formally extend this meeting beyond 8:30, because there's no doubt that it will go beyond that. So I'm proposing that we do extend beyond 8:30. May I have a seconder, please? Councillor Holt.
Oh.
Thank you. Now, I don't have to take a formal vote on this. All I need to do is to get general consensus from the Cabinet. Unless anyone has any objections, I will assume that we all consent to this meeting extending. Okay, then we will then be able to proceed beyond 8:30 and to its conclusion, whenever that will be this evening. Right, thanks everyone. I've just got looking at objections again, a comment regarding in objection 27. There's a statement saying that the council is legally bound to sell the land for not less than the best price under section 123, and Babergh have therefore, based on the facts presented, not met this condition, and there are a number of points. But in terms of best price, isn't it actually best consideration, where price is not the only criterion, which is why in our assessment we have got a number of non-price based criteria that we are assessing the bids against. So in that respect, I believe we are compliant with section 123. Can anyone, Fiona, can you give confirmation on that?
Yeah, I'll hand over to Lee if that's okay, John.
Oh,
to
okay,
answer
yeah,
that.
sure, yeah.
Lee, are you there? Oh, Lee seems to, I don't know if he's dropped off the call. Okay, I can answer it. Yes, generally speaking, it's best consideration that the council has to sell or best value, so that we can take into account other factors such as economic regeneration, etc.
Thank you. And that's why in the report oh gosh, what paragraph is it? Right at the beginning. Let's go up to the beginning of the report. Sorry about that. We've got the assessment criteria at 4.15. That's no, not 4.15. Where is it? The 4.22. That's right. So we've got the quality elements, the 4 quality elements there. Of a comprehensive development plan for the whole site, development will enable regeneration, evidence that the bidder has the financial capacity and track record, and evidence of timescales and required to deliver. So we're taking those into account, and each of those, in addition to price, has a scoring weighting, which the evaluation matrix has been based on. So. We have covered that. So moving on, are there any other points that anyone wishes to make about the objections? It's probably worth, if you wish to look at Appendix C1, which is the summary sheet, and that has been sent to members of the Cabinet as a separate paper, so that you can look at that separately from the bulk of the report, because we've got essentially the categories of disposal conflicting with other policies, etc. We have discussed that. Marketing deficiencies, I think Councillor Holt has covered those, and the governance procedures as well. We've picked up on 1 or 2 of those. Are there any of the others listed there that any Cabinet member wishes to comment on? There are 19 separate points there. Councillor Parker.
Well, I was just going to say, Chair, it's going to be stating the obvious, but obviously a number of the objections do still make reference to the fact that people don't want to see a hotel on the site, or otherwise that the property at Bellevue House is being demolished, and of course neither of those things are occurring, and I just think it's worth stating that publicly. Although obviously, thank you.
Thanks, and also the comments that we're working with a preferred bidder, that is not true either. We don't have a preferred bidder. We have 6 potential bids, and we will be choosing one of those. And we don't clearly they have been scored and rated, but we don't have a preference, in as much as we haven't been in separate and privileged discussions with a single bidder out of those 6. So, okay then, just moving on, just closing that down. So, are we happy that we've addressed the principal objections, members of the Cabinet? Do you feel that we can move on to discuss the bids?
Chairman, if you want an answer to that, I think the answer is yes, we have. I must admit, I didn't know that you were going to sort of have a separate debate on the objections, but I think the point is that we've seen them, we've read them, we've studied them, and it's a little bit like when you consider a planning application. You see the objections, you read them, and you take them all on board. That doesn't mean that we have to have a debate to say whether we agree with them or not. But I've certainly read them all and inwardly digested them all.
If I could say something, John, I think yes. Clive's right, but I think it was very important that from a legal point of view that we covered off all the legal aspects, because if there was something in there that was fundamentally correct, and our advice was not to proceed, and that is what we would have to do. But we've got the legal advice that we are able to proceed. And I think Clyde's right. There are some issues in there that would come forward with particular bids, possibly, that you would debate at the time you were discussing those bids. But I think it was so important that we got the legal situation explored, viewed, and so the public can hear that we haven't just dismissed this. We have gone out, sought confirmation of our position, and we are where we are today, and we are in a position to proceed.
I think that's right. Not only have we been very diligent in doing that, I do believe that we have been as open and inclusive as we can. We've had a consultation period for this particular disposal, as indeed we have for all of our plans going back many years with this particular site. We've had consultations, we've had public meetings. We had a public meeting, I remember, in the room upstairs at the town hall back in 2017, where we started putting forward our plans for Sudbury, including the possibility then of a hotel at Bellevue. We had the exhibition in St. Peter's. We do our level best to engage with the public and get feedback. It is, I guess, to a certain extent, understandable, but a shame that when we do get feedback like last year, like last January, yes, we had about 800 at the exhibition, and we had about that number of actual paper feedback forms returned to us. But that is only a tiny percentage of the population of not just the town itself, but the Greater Sudbury area. It would be so much better to get a much more widespread view of what people want. But I guess they're expecting us to, as we are elected councillors, to lead and to show them what we are coming up with, and to give them ideas and to reassure them that we have the best interests of the town as residents at heart. Councillor Osborne.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I do understand there's concerns raised in those objections that we've got before us tonight, but I am happy with the legal advice. Otherwise, there's no point in us getting legal advice if we're not going to follow it through. So I'm happy with the legal advice, and I'm certainly happy to now proceed to the discussion of the bids.
Yeah, thank you. Emily, you've got your hand up.
Thank you, Chair. I just wondered if it would be useful for me to give the Cabinet a view of my opinion as monitoring officer of the procedure that's been followed.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So we've got the section in the report, section 7, which is the legal advice, which is very clear. You've got detail in the report of how those legal requirements have been followed. You've heard from the legal advisors this evening that they are satisfied that the process required by the legislation has been followed correctly. And I think in all of the comments made by councillors this evening, we've heard reference made to the objections, which to me indicates that those objections have been properly considered by all members of the Cabinet. Therefore, in my view, the procedure has been properly followed, and I think that you are able to move to recommendation 3.1 and therefore start your debate on the bids themselves. Thank you, Chair.
Right. Okay. Are you suggesting we take recommendation 3.1 now to enable us to continue, or still wait until the end to take that?
You don't need to take the recommendation 3.1 now to continue your debate. But if you would like to do that, to draw a line under that section, that's equally acceptable.
Okay, I think that probably would be a good idea, to be honest. Let's go to recommendation 3.1 now then.
John,
Councillor Holt, yeah?
Yeah, if I can formally recommend that. I think you seconded it earlier, but I didn't actually formally ask for approval. So
okay,
if that can be noted.
Yes, certainly. Thank you, Councillor Holt. Right, I'll ask the Governance Officer then to conduct the electronic vote for recommendation 3.1. Do you want me to read it out for everyone? It might be a good idea at this stage. And that is that
Yes,
having fully considered the objections to the disposal notice given pursuant to section 123 brackets 2A of the Local Government Act 1972, the disposal of the site, shown in Appendix A, for best consideration reasonably achievable, be approved. Okay, so may we have the electronic vote open, please?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the vote is now in progress.
Thank you.
Councillor Arfi, can I ask for your vote, please?
Yes, 4.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm just waiting for one vote. Thank you. That's 8 votes for, Chair.
Thank you, Claire. Right, okay, we're now moving to debating the individual bids themselves. So we have 6 bids, which you are all aware of. Now, we need to be careful. If you do wish to debate the confidential nature of these bids, then we will go into private session. But if we can keep the debate at the moment to the non-confidential aspects, and then we'll make a decision on going to private session later. So, Councillor Arfi.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, my comments are actually more general debate. The first thing I want to do is kind of agree with what Councillor Holt said in his introduction, and it's also in the report in 2.1, and that is that doing nothing is not an option. And I've been a councillor for 30 years, and I remember things happening in Sudbury. I remember Ballington Bridge. I remember the Betty Cocker Close. You know, the go back far enough for the Girling Street car park. And there will be objections to what you're proposing to do. But if you actually just step backwards and say, oh, well, there's an objection, so we mustn't do anything, you end up with a period where you do absolutely nothing. I went to the exhibition at St. Peter's. I think it was 2 days, and I went both days. I spoke to people there, and there was a lot of encouraging comments about the fact that we as a council had finally come up with a vision for Sudbury, that we were actually going to do something, that we had a plan to do something in Sudbury town centre. I was really encouraged by that. The only thing that I heard negative comments about was the hotel, and particularly the design of the hotel. And that is now behind us. Regarding Bellevue House, I think the part of the objections that I found most interesting was the opposition to the demolition of the house. So we did a whole load of work on what could or couldn't be done with the house. There was the application for listing, which failed. The house is not protected, and I think that ought to be absolutely clear. Whilst we've got proposals from all of the bidders to retain the house, we cannot guarantee that. It may be that at some time in the future it gets listed. I mean, it's certainly a building of local interest. But if we sell the house, we have no control over that. And I could give you an example of when something very similar happened in Lavenham, when I drove past one day and there were guys knocking down Lavenham railway station. And there was absolutely nothing that we could do about that. It was just outside the conservation area and it wasn't listed. And if you own a building, you can demolish it. So the protection afforded is not guaranteed. However, I think from our point of view, the fact that we've actually got offers from people, all of whom are interested in retaining the structure of the house, I think is good news. So if you go back to Sudbury's vision and what we can do, and what we presented in January of last year, it seems to me that everything that we had in that vision, and the only slight fly in the ointment of the hotel, it seems to me that we're actually now starting to achieve something. And I don't see the sale of Bellevue House as negative at all. I agree with what Michael said. This is actually moving forward. This is part of the vision for Sudbury in the next 5 years. And if we can achieve this, I think that the people of Sudbury will thank us. I know they might not say that now, but in 5 years' time, if we achieve everything that we're trying to achieve, I think the centre of Sudbury will be a better place. And I hope that people will then say it was very, very difficult, but we're now living in a much nicer environment in the town centre. So I compliment Michael, because he's sort of he's ended up with a portfolio that brought with it huge problems, and it's actually quite brave of him. I mean, he's Sudbury boy, and you know it's not easy to propose changes that solicit sometimes some fairly angry responses. But hats off to Councillor Holt. He's come up with it. He's about to deliver the goods, and well done.
Thank you, Councillor Arthey. Yeah, and Centre of Sudbury will be better for it, but also, more importantly, will be fit for the future, the rest of the 21st century. It can't stay the way it is. That's the way to decline, and we don't want that for the town. We want all towns have got to change. Because the nature of the urban environment is changing rapidly. So I truly believe that our vision for Sudbury will put it in a very good position for the future. Councillor Busby, you're next on the list.
Thanks. Yeah, well, I think we'd all agree with that. Doing nothing isn't an option. Fiona, if I could ask you to bring up the retirement home, which is our second attachment, I think a second bid, and go to the plan that they've got.
I will need to check with Lee, because I think we might be straying into the confidential area.
Oh, because it's got the name of the people on it.
Lee, do you want to pick that up? You're on mute.
Sorry, yeah, I think this would be part of the confidential item, unless the monitoring officer's got a view on that.
Can you, Councillor Busby, are you able to continue with your train of thought without going into that? We can obviously move into the confidential session later, but
well, no, I think it's significant that we're looking at the plan when we discuss it.
Well, we can do that in confidential session.
Yeah. Okay. Well, in that case, unfortunately, I think we need to go into it.
Okay. Well, can we just go through the rest of the councillors now, and then we'll move into confidential session in a short while. Are you willing to,
yes,
to hold off for a few moments? Thank you. Thanks. Councillor Davis.
Yeah, thank you. You know, it goes without saying we can't do nothing, and we're not doing nothing. And Councillor Holt has put together a very, very good paper, very complex, very difficult paper, with a lot of time and effort from the officers. And I have no doubt that you know, whatever we end up with, and it certainly won't be something hideous like high-rise flats or anything daft like that. You know, it will open the park up. It will be to the benefit of Sudbury and hopefully to the rest of Babergh as well, because obviously it's for the whole of Babergh, although we're focusing on Sudbury. And it's important that we as a district council do focus on the vision of Sudbury, and I think this is part of that. And yeah, I won't be tempted to go into any of the individual bids as such, but yeah, certainly let's move forward and get things done.
in terms of the non-confidential aspects of the bids, do you have anything to say on any of them at this stage?
No, I think I've read all the different things, and I do have one or two sort of ideas, but I certainly wouldn't say that I'm ready to throw my hat into any particular one just yet.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Holt, do you wish to say anything at this stage?
Yeah, I thank Clive for his comments, but I'm not a Sudbury boy, and if we leave that unchallenged, I'm afraid that may be spread wider than this forum. I'm a Glemsford boy, actually, but I am one that visited Bellevue Park and enjoyed its facilities as a young boy, and swam in the pool as well. So I'm certainly one that grew up around Sudbury and used the park. So, but I'm a Glemsford boy and proud of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Malvisi.
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to commend Councillor Holt and Fiona Dummel and the team, because I think the unexpected position with the hotel and the previous plans, the rug was pulled out from everybody's feet because nobody anticipated COVID. And I think you've turned it around very quickly into a positive. And yes, we cannot. You don't stand still. People think that things stay as they are. They don't. They regress. And I think this is a chance for Sudbury to move forward. So well done, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Osborne.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I also attended that engagement event that was held in St. Peter's, and there were some really great positive comments coming out from it, which was really, you know, as a councillor, it was really encouraging. But the message that was given to me very clear from most of the people that I spoke to there was just get it done. You know, let's move forward, get it done. The other one was keep the house, retain the house if at all possible. And the other one was open up the entrance to the park so that you could view it from King Street. So I think, you know, thinking of the 6 bids we've got before us today, I think we can achieve this with one, you know, with a selection from one of those bids. So we need to look at them to make sure that they deliver on that. There are challenges coming forward for the town. There are many challenges for everywhere, but, you know, for our market towns. And we actually only have one park in Sudbury. You know, I often go to Woodbridge because that's where my grandchildren are, although I haven't been there for 12 months. They've got 3 parks and they're a similar makeup to Sudbury. So it's the only park we've got and we really need to enhance it. You know, our volunteers have done their real best as a public realm, but it used to be the jewel in Sudbury's crown, and it's not any longer. You know, even with volunteers doing as much work as they possibly can, it's just not. And this is a real opportunity to bring it back to the jewel in Sudbury's crown. Sudbury Town Council have spent a lot of time on putting their preferences together in a document, which members of the Cabinet will be aware of. But I'd rather refer to that later on when we actually move into the discussion on the bids themselves. In regards to the bids, obviously, I'm looking forward to a healthy discussion on all 6 of the bids. But the things that I want to say will actually be part of the private and confidential discussion and not in the public domain. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Councillor Osborne. Councillor Parker.
Yeah, well, I'm interested to note, Chair, that there weren't really many questions there at all. Lots of statements. So I'll ask a question. So of the bids that are before us, none of them propose to demolish Bellevue House, which is excellent, and that I think is one of the overriding desires of everybody in Sudbury. But is it true to say that in the event that the successful bidder, whoever that may be, in the event that the successful bidder finds that actually the house is not viable to convert or to save, that actually Sudbury might lose its house anyway? Somebody got any comments on that? I can comment on that, John.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yep, I think you're absolutely right, Councillor Parker, and that's what Councillor Arthur was alluding to earlier. We are selling the land. The house is on the land. The house then becomes the it goes into the ownership of a new landowner, and they can do as they see fit with the land. There's no guarantees. So yes, you are right, to put it bluntly. It is encouraging, however, that all the bidders wish to retain their house. But I do take your point, and it is absolutely spot on.
Can I come back on that, Chair?
Yes, Councillor.
I just those of us that are close to Sudbury, live in Sudbury, work in Sudbury, understand the depth of feeling and emotion that runs with Bellevue, and I'm just concerned that when we talk about this being a compromise, it's a compromise for who? I think the perception will be that it's a compromise for the Cabinet of Babergh District Council, because by its very definition, a compromise is a position where all the interested parties move from their original position and come to a position that everybody can agree on. And the fact of the matter is that it is Babergh District Council Cabinet that is making this decision. And so for the good people of Sudbury and the people who are so emotionally invested in the decision that we're going to take tonight, this isn't a compromise. It could be perceived as actually as a Hobson's choice. And I just think it's important that we say that if we're making statements, I'll just start with that. But I shall certainly enjoy the debate with regards to the bids in private session. Thank you.
If I can come back on that, please.
Yes, of course.
Compromise is an entrance, cafe, toilets, improved park facilities. That's your compromise. You've got an entrance, a cafe, new toilets. The house, you say, is very important to many people in Sudbury. Is it? A few vocal people, possibly. Sudbury society think it's very important. But I wonder how many of the people residents in Sudbury and surrounding area really think the house is important. I don't know. We always seem to have a minority that come forward and pick particular points up. But there is compromise, Councillor Parker, without a doubt. And if you can't see it, I'm sorry, but that is a compromise there.
John, may I come in briefly?
Yes, certainly, Fiona.
Sorry, I just think it's important to clarify that a number of the bids that we have received are related to refurbishing the house and turning it into residential accommodation. If any of those bids are taken forward, then obviously people buying a residential house or a residential flat will either want it on a freehold or a long leasehold basis. So I don't think, I think that there are a number of the bidders that are proposing to put residential accommodation back in that house.
Yeah.
I just wanted to clarify that point.
Yeah, thanks, Fiona. And that probably is the saving factor, because at least for residential conversion, the house as it stands is a more viable proposition. Other potential uses are more problematic. It is no longer suitable as an office building, couldn't be converted to offices in any form at all. And other potential public uses would be very difficult as well. But residential is a far easier potential use of the house. Councillor Busby, you've got a hand up.
Yeah, could we put a covenant on the house to stop people knocking it down?
Don't think you can do that, to be honest, but that's a planning matter. Really, it's not something for us this evening, quite honestly. That would have to be for the planning committee to decide when they're assessing any application.
Well, surely it's a legal thing as well. I mean, maybe Emily can answer that.
I can answer that. Yeah. You could put a covenant on it. It might put off some of the purchasers. But actually, if you went with one of the bids that was for retaining the house as residential, then it's very unlikely it would be demolished anyway at any point in the future, because it will have a value as a residential house.
Yeah.
But surely, if we impose conditions on it so that they can't extend into the park and they have to stick with the original red line, they may decide that it's not viable as a residential place and decide to do something about it, i.e. knock it down.
A number of the bids are on a conditional basis. So the sale only completes once the planning process has been successful. So all that would happen prior to planning is that contracts would exchange pending a successful planning application. If planning couldn't be secured, then those deals wouldn't go ahead.
Some of the bids actually state that there can be no covenants, or at least one bid states there can be no covenant.
I wasn't sure if you were. Yeah, some may do. But as I say, if it's for residential purposes, it's unlikely, provided planning secured, that building would be knocked down anyway.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Osborne.
Yeah. Thanks, Mr. Chairman. It's I think it's very unlikely that they would want to demolish the house. But if they did, I was going to actually say that it would be subject to planning in any case. I'm sure, wouldn't it? To have to demolish would need planning permission. And if I can just refer back to the document that the Sudbury Town Council put together, they also state, to quote, "As far as possible, the house should be maintained, but if this is not possible, any development should be sensitive to and not extend the current building mass." So I think, going back to alluding to what Councillor Holt has said, I think the people, realise it would be nice to retain the house if at all possible, but if you can't, then you can't, as long as you still continue to improve that particular site and the park area itself.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, I think we'll probably move into or take a vote to move into confidential sessions soon, but I just wanted to say a couple of things myself. I think it should be made clear to all of those who accuse us of not listening and ignoring their wishes that this simply isn't true. And I do suspect that many of them know it. It's quite frustrating to have to keep repeating this, but there is a difference between listening and taking on board views, which we of course are happy to do, indeed have done, and acceding to demands, which we cannot do. We do understand the desire for a new entrance to the park from the town centre, and we have now developed a scheme that is attractive and provides new cafe and toilet facilities. It's not quite what some demand, and it is a compromise, as Councillor Holt has stated, but it has the merit of actually being deliverable, unlike other schemes. As Councillor Parker intimated, others do need to move towards us in this compromise. It will, however, need to be funded, and that is why we undertook the recent marketing exercise, which is option C in paragraph 2.1 of the report, and why we are here today to evaluate that and decide which bid to approve. Now, I know that there have been comments that, oh, it's going to be another ugly building opposite the former tax office site. Well, nobody knows that. There's no design yet. Nobody knows what's going to be constructed there. Where it's precisely going to sit. All of these are matters to be decided later as part of a planning application. I think that, as other members have said, we've got something here that potentially will make the town very proud and provide a rejuvenated park area. So, excuse me. Having said that, we do need to talk specifically about those individual bids, and we can't do that without considering the confidential nature of some of the material we've got to discuss. And so I want to move to a resolution to exclude the public, which actually includes the press as well. And so to consider whether, pursuant to Part 1 of Schedule 12A of the Local Government Act 1972, the public should be excluded from the meeting for the business specified below on the grounds that if the public were present during this item, it is likely that there would be the disclosure to them of exempt information as indicated against the item. The author of the report proposed to be considered in Part 2 of the agenda is satisfied that the public interest in maintaining the exemption outweighs the public interest in disclosing the information. So do I have a proposer?
I'll propose it, Chair.
And seconder, Councillor Arthur, your hand is up. Is that you seconding?
I'll second.
Well, I'm happy to second, Chairman. My hand was actually up for a different purpose, though, and that was just to offer my apologies to Councillor Holt for adding to his credits by calling him a Sudbury boy. I do apologise for that. I'm sure that the people of Glempsford are proud of him, and were he to be a Sudbury boy, I'm sure the people of Sudbury would be proud of him as well. He works in Sudbury, of course.
He does, yeah. Okay, well, thank you for that. I will now ask the governance officer to conduct the vote to go into private session, but I just wanted to reiterate for those watching on YouTube that we will be back for final comments and the vote, but I can't guarantee how long it will take for us to come back, but hopefully not too long. Can we please have the electronic vote to go into private session?
Thank you, Chair. The vote is now in progress.
Thank you.
Councillor Arfi, can I take your vote, please?
My vote is for. Thank you.
Thank you. Just waiting for one vote. Thank you, Chair. That's 8 votes for. That's unanimous.
Great. Thanks, Claire. Okay, can we have the live stream switched off, please? Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We are now on the home straight, and just prior to the vote, I'm going to ask Cabinet members if they would like to make any final comments. So, Councillor Arthey.
No, I don't think so, Chairman. Thank you.
Councillor Busby.
Tempted, but no.
Councillor Davis.
No, thank you.
Councillor Holt.
No, thank you.
Councillor Malvisi.
No, thank you.
Councillor Osborne.
No, thank you.
Councillor Parker.
No.
Well, thank you, members of the Cabinet. We've had a very extensive debate on this. We've been going 2.5 hours, which I think is right that we've done that to do this item justice, because we know how controversial it is, how important it is to the people of Sudbury, and indeed to the people of the wider, indeed the important to the wider district as well. It isn't just Sudbury, and we are not just here as Sudbury councillors. We do have to look at what's best for the whole of the district, and indeed Sudbury's future is important to the district. It's our largest town, and we want to see it thrive. Right, we've now voted on recommendation 3.1 earlier, so now we're going to vote on the remaining recommendations. But before we do, Councillor Holt, did you want to make any proposed changes to any of the recommendations?
Yeah, if I could please. I propose that preferred recommended proposal bidder B in paragraph 4.24. If we can insert that in there.
In
please.
recommendation 3.2, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other changes that you wish to make?
I don't think so, is it? I'm not sure.
3.5?
3.5.
Oh, 3.5. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, thanks for reminding me. 3.5 there. If we can remove that entirely, because if the bid fails as such and it comes back, it will come back to cabinet, and that's a little bit vague in that one. So it says about the director, so assistant director. But if we can remove that totally, so if anything happens, it automatically comes back to cabinet.
Yeah, thank you. Claire, do you have those changes?
Thank you, Chair. Mandy is now making those changes in the vote.
Right. Yeah.
I will just wait for her to confirm that we are ready to go.
Thank you.
Are you going to take them one by one, Chair, or are you going to do them all in one go?
All in one go, 3.2, 3 and 4.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Mandy has just made that amendment now. So your vote should now be in progress.
It's taking a while to respond.
Is everybody having that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now it's come back. It's come back now. Yeah, got it.
Is it now responding for everybody?
Not for me.
Okay, I think it might be best. I think as we've been going for so long, ModGov is having a few issues. So if I could revert to a roll call, just to ensure that everybody, we can get everybody's vote. So, Councillor Arthey.
For the proposal.
Thank you. Councillor Busby.
Against.
Councillor Davis.
For.
Councillor Holt.
For.
Councillor Malvisi.
For.
Councillor Osborne.
For.
Councillor Parker.
Against.
And Councillor Ward.
For.
Chair, that's 6 votes for and 2 against, therefore it's carried.
Thank you very much, Claire. Thank you. And thank you, members of the Cabinet. Thank you, other councillors present, for your contributions. I hope that I know that some of you may be disappointed with the result, but I hope you feel that we did the subject justice. We did have a long debate. I did give you all an opportunity to air your views. And all I can say is let's look forward and work together to really make Bellevue Park the jewel in Sudbury's crown, which I know it will be. The entrance that we're proposing is going to be great, and the people of Sudbury will learn to love it, I'm sure. And we will have the means to finance it, which is the important thing. These things do cost money. Babergh is not flush with money, and sometimes we have to make decisions that are compromises. But I hope that the town council and other bodies in the town do recognise that we are doing things in good faith for the benefit of the town. So I'd like to thank everyone. We can now all go off and grab something to eat before getting an early night. We might even have a glass or two of wine, I guess. But the date and time of the next meeting is scheduled for Monday, the 10th of May at 9:30. There is no Cabinet meeting next month. We will be in the moratorium period because of the County Council and Police and Crime Commissioner elections. So, and thank you to all of the officers for staying the course. It's been very, your contributions and support has been absolutely necessary for this. And I know on behalf of the Cabinet, we all really appreciate what you've been able to do for us this evening. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.